2001, South Africa found itself in the grip of gold fever.
It escalated beyond control.
A small-town businessman might have stumbled upon a long-lost fortune, the Kruger millions.
There was talk of £1 million and more.
This was the reputed war chest of legendary Boer statesman Paul Kruger. But in the confusion of a savage war, it disappeared.
People believed that some of the coins was hidden somewhere, was buried.
For over a century, treasure hunters had been seeking this elusive hoard of gold and chasing the legend of one rogue soldier who claimed to know its location.
He became known as the man who hid the Kruger millions.
This is the story of a missing fortune, a double-crossing spy, and a wary skeptic swept up in the adventure of a lifetime.
But when you see that, it's like, oh my God, this is true. I was completely convinced that this was the Kruger million.
May 1900. The first war of the 20th century, the Boer War, was raging. In the midst of this brutal conflict, a vast fortune unaccountably vanished. According to legend, it was buried somewhere in the wide-open grasslands of the South African bushveld. This treasure, named in honor of Paul Kruger, one of South Africa's founding fathers, is known as the Kruger millions.
I believe probably a very large percentage of South Africans know about the Kruger millions, and you'll actually be amazed how many people are actually aware of it.
The Kruger millions consists of an untold number of solid gold coins, each bearing the head of Paul Kruger himself. They were minted to fund his people's fight against the greatest superpower of the day, the British Empire.
This is one of the 1900 pounds. This is gold, 95% pure gold, hardened slightly with some other material because pure gold is very soft.
The most valuable of these so-called Kruger pounds can fetch up to £6,000 each at auction.
It's not because they're gold. These are valuable because they have a connection with South Africa's history.
Ever since the end of the war in 1902, people have been searching for this treasure trove of buried gold. Athol Stark knew the legend as well as anyone. He is a successful businessman in a bustling town called Ermelo, in the heart of the South African veldt. For most of his life, Athol never paid much attention to rumors of gold buried in the plains beyond the edge of town.
I'm not a treasure hunter. I'm not a person that every weekend or every day off puts my spade across my shoulder. I'm a business person. It was never a subject of interest to me at all.
But at the turn of the 21st century, an extraordinary series of events would change Athol's life forever. He would unwittingly become the central figure in one of the strangest gold rushes of all time. His story has the most ordinary of beginnings, when a man with debt problems came calling in 1999.
A gentleman arrived at my home that is very well known to me, and he asked for my help. His motorcar was about to be repossessed because he'd failed to pay 3 months of payments.
Athol often gave financial advice, and there was nothing unusual about this particular client, until the moment he mentioned a relative who had come into some money.
Right at the end, it said that his uncle was perhaps somebody that could help him because the uncle had coins. He didn't say money, he said coins. And obviously I've zoned in on the coins thing because this was, and I said to him, you're talking about money? And he said, no, coins, like what kind of coins? And he kind of said, coins like this, that size, and it's yellow and it's got Kruger's head on it.
The coins the man described were clearly none other than Kruger pounds. Athol suddenly saw a chance to strike it rich. Possibly this was just some kind of scam. Then again, perhaps, just perhaps, these coins were genuine and part of the famed Kruger millions.
I told him that the only way that I would be interested in even getting involved is I needed to see at least 1,000 of these coins. And it was just a number. It wasn't like a determined amount of money. It was just kind of, I need to see 1,000 of these coins before I would even get involved.
Much to Athel's surprise, the very next day he received an invitation to visit a nearby black township. The Zulu client and his elderly relatives wanted to meet Athel and show him 1,000 gold coins, just as he requested.
They came in with 3 paraffin tins, and just by looking at them you could see these things were pretty old. They opened up one of them and they poured out a reasonable amount of coins onto the table.
There, on the table in front of Athel, were dozens of Kruger pounds, with many hundreds more waiting to be poured out.
Up to the moment where they walked in with those paraffin cans, I didn't actually believe. I thought it was a scam. I thought I was going to get robbed.
In that moment, the mythical treasure had become real.
Yes, they were Kruger coins. Yes, they were gold.
Then Athel made a critical mistake by trying to inspect one of the coins. As far as the family was concerned, Athel was there to look, not to touch. He was unceremoniously shoved off the property, and he assumed he would never hear from these people again. However, 2 weeks later, Athel got a phone call. The Zulu family now had a business proposition. They wanted his help to sell some of their coins.
I managed to find somebody that could purchase coins, set up a deal with these people, and it appears that they were able to sell quite a number of coins.
In exchange for setting up the deal, Athel was given a handsome reward. 42 Kruger pounds, worth tens of thousands in today's money.
The grandmother's attitude had changed quite dramatically. She basically gave me 2 handfuls of gold coins, and I was made to understand that this was a thank you for the fact that I had helped them, with all the problems that they'd had in selling the coins.
Once, Athel didn't believe the Kruger millions even existed. Now, he found himself holding his own small piece of it. Athel was transformed from wary skeptic into a true believer.
I'd go and open up the safe and line them up on the dresser and look at them in the mirror, because it was just so almost unbelievable that we had something so tangible which was related back to so much confusion about this thing. And you just look at them, it's sort of like this wonder of where these things were.
What's more, if the legend was right, the coins Athel had seen were just a small part of a huge motherlode, which had been missing for a century.
I mean, this is a fabulous wealth even in that time. Now it's billions of rands if all records are to be believed. If we look at this information, what happened to that money? We started to ask a lot of people a lot of questions.
If Athel could find it, he would be wealthy beyond imagination. But before he could begin to dig for gold, he had to delve deep into the past. He needed to know the truth behind the Kruger millions and how it disappeared. Athel's research took him right back to the late 19th century. At that time, South Africa was a divided country. The undisputed power in the land was the British Empire. But the Boers, Afrikaans-speaking white farmers, held a large swathe of territory and refused to join the imperial fold.
The Afrikaners wanted freedom from the British, just as much as we colonials wanted freedom from the British in 1776.
The British had tolerated Boer autonomy for years, but in 1886, everything changed. The world's richest goldfields were discovered in the heart of Boer territory. Britain wanted them for herself.
When the Boers did not just want to willingly hand over the country, and because of the gold that had been discovered in the Witwatersrand, which is the Johannesburg area, they invaded South Africa with thousands and thousands of British troops.
War was inevitable, and it broke out on the 11th of October, 1899.
The British government and the military thought this was going to be a pushover. This would be over by Christmas.
The Boer survival depended on the cunning prowess of their political leader, Paul Kruger.
Paul Kruger was an Afrikaner or Boer whose shadow was cast all over South Africa in the second half of the 19th century. He almost personifies Boer independence.
From this modest house in his capital, Pretoria, Kruger orchestrated a two-pronged plan for victory. First, he had to keep his country's gold out of British hands. He ordered millions of ounces to be extracted from the country's mines and sent for safekeeping to this building, the Transvaal Mint. Here, almost all of it was turned into coins, each worth £1 South African pound.
Nobody outside the government knew how much gold there was in state possession now. There was talk of £1 million and more, but nobody really knew.
Second, Kruger knew his small citizen militia could never defeat the mighty British army in head-to-head combat. So he told them to rely on guerrilla warfare.
It was hit-and-run tactics. Men who were not expected to have any military background turned out to be quite good strategists.
For several months, the fast-moving Boer armies had the advantage. One of their best fighters was a young officer named Fritz Joubert Duquesne, a man who would soon become inextricably linked to the legend of the Kruger millions.
Fritz was born in South Africa, and he was educated at schools in South Africa and then in Britain, where he claimed to become the handsomest man in Europe and the finest swordsman in Europe. And he returned to South Africa to participate in the Boer War.
Like most Boer fighters, Duquesne had a family farm in the heart of the war zone. And while the men were at the front, the women were left to tend it on their own. The British knew this, and infuriated with their inability to defeat the Boers in a so-called fair fight, they resorted to an utterly ruthless strategy: scorched earth.
British army devastated the region by destroying all the farms, removing all the people, putting them into concentration camps.
One day, the British came calling to the Duquesne family farm.
His farm was totally destroyed, crops burned, and family imprisoned. Of course, they had no defense against the British soldiers.
The soldiers reportedly raped and killed Duquesne's sister, and then raped his mother, before taking her away to a concentration camp.
Fritz's family were imprisoned, and that's where his mother died. He developed this great hate for the British, and he had this hate all his life.
Duquesne declared himself Britain's arch-enemy, vowing to kill 100 Englishmen for every drop of his family's spilt blood. What's more, he hatched a daring plan to strike at the empire itself. He would ensure that Britain would not be able to claim a single ounce of South African gold. If he pulled it off, he would be a hero, and possibly a very rich man. By late May 1900, the Empire's army was at the gates of Pretoria. With the vaults full of gold under threat, Paul Kruger took drastic action to save his struggling nation and its vast riches.
On Monday, the 4th of June, the gold was weighed, put into boxes. They were put onto wagons, and by about noon, they were taken to Pretoria station, where they were put onto a train.
In broad daylight, every penny of the money was rushed through the streets of Pretoria. At the station, a special train was prepared to carry it to safety.
And this was happening just literally minutes before the British invaded the area.
As the train moved off, the first British shells were bursting around them.
The plan appeared to be a brilliant success. When the British finally arrived in the city, they found that Kruger was gone. And so was all the gold. The mint was empty. But to get the gold out in time, Kruger had blown one of his best-kept secrets.
The whole way of how the gold was removed from the mint on Church Square really started the Kruger million rumor. And there's a wonderful story about that, because it was done in the open.
Kruger had to get the gold to Europe, where he could buy arms and supplies for his ragtag army. But the British controlled the entire South African coastline, and most of the railways too. Kruger was trapped, and so was the gold. The only possible exit was via Delagoa Bay in the neighboring Portuguese colony of Mozambique. The gold-laden train sped for the border.
This train was on the railway line from Pretoria to Delagoa Bay, and this railway line was the only one that was not in British hands yet. The government withdrew along the railway line towards a little town called Machadodorp.
Machadodorp was the last town in Boer territory, and in the dead of night, the train stopped there. On this unassuming railway siding, Kruger ordered a small party of officials to set up a government in exile. Leaving them behind, Kruger himself escaped to Mozambique. But, fearing capture on the high seas by the Royal Navy, he left without the money.
The money was on the train, and the train was parked at Machadodorp. After that, it kind of gets a bit foggy, because in a war situation, there's not a lot of bookkeeping and note-taking of what's really going down.
Into this fog of war stepped none other than Fritz Duquesne. After the death of his family, Duquesne had become one of the most notorious guerrillas in the Boer army, nicknamed the Black Panther of the Veldt. Knowing his exploits would endear him to the Boer High Command, Duquesne went to Machadodorp and offered to help protect the gold.
He had fought in a couple of battles, and he also claimed that he was a relative of Piet Joubert, who was a military leader among the South Africans, and so it was not difficult for him to be placed in charge.
By now, the British were closing fast on the few remaining Boer strongholds. The Kruger millions were in great danger. To save them, Duquesne was apparently entrusted to take the lot by wagon and bury it in a secret location. A party of soldiers was assigned to accompany him, but sworn to secrecy. Duquesne did not tell them they were escorting a great fortune in gold. Only Duquesne knew what was really in the wagons.
There were about 30 wagons, and as they penetrated further, many of the men found out that there was gold. They didn't realize there was gold in bullion in the wagons, and so they wanted to steal it themselves.
The wagon train spent 2 weeks trekking through the veldt, avoiding the ever more frequent British patrols. As it traveled, Duquesne's companions plotted to kill him and steal the money. Their moment came at a remote campsite. In the dead of night, one drove a knife into Duquesne's bedroll, thinking he was inside. He wasn't. The bedroll was stuffed with clothes, and Duquesne was hiding in the shadows with his rifle. The next morning, Duquesne ordered his African servants to bury the gold in a cave, somewhere near the town of Ermelo. He then set them free on the promise that they would never divulge its location.
So one of his sobriquets became the man who hid the Kruger millions.
Duquesne's plan was simple. If the Boers won the war, then he would simply uncover the gold and return with it to Pretoria, claiming a hero's welcome and no doubt a handsome reward. If they lost, then all the money would be his to keep.
Fritz took the gold, as he would claim, for patriotic reasons. Because when the Boer government was restored, the gold could be used. But primarily, it was greed. I'm sure it was greed.
But war has a habit of wrecking even the best laid plans. Several months after burying the gold, Duquesne was ambushed by a British patrol. He survived the attack, but he was now a captive of his arch-enemy. And the British had a special treatment reserved for the most dangerous, irreconcilable Boer fighters such as him. They exiled them 8,000 miles away to one of the farthest flung corners of the empire.
There were a number of Afrikaners, or Boers, who were bitter enders, or bitter einders, I believe they called themselves, who would not capitulate, and these were sent to Bermuda. And Fritz was one of those who was sent to Bermuda.
In 1902, the Boer War ended with a British victory. The irony was not lost on Fritz Duquesne, marooned in Bermuda. He no doubt believed the Kruger millions now belonged to him. If only he could make it back to South Africa. Duquesne escaped from his prisoner of war camp and stowed away on board a yacht bound for New York. But in America, Duquesne was diverted by the prospect of becoming a popular hero.
Fritz used his background to bring celebrity to himself. And he did this by lecturing on his adventures in South Africa. He was his own best promoter. And he was a very good speaker. And as much as he hated the British, he spoke with a British accent.
Why should Duquesne dig for buried gold when he could sell stories about it? He began to make a handsome living as the man who hid the Kruger millions. Meanwhile, word of his exploits soon made it back to South Africa. They became mixed up with the rumors about Paul Kruger and his dramatic escape on a train full of gold. The legend of the Kruger millions was born.
There are various stories. Everybody knew somebody who had seen it being done, but nobody had seen it being buried. There was the story of people having buried some of the coins near Ermelo.
Of all the possible places where the treasure could be buried, one of the most likely was Ermelo, Athol Stark's hometown. By the end of 1999, Athol had developed a serious case of gold fever. His research revealed that Ermelo had been a hotbed of treasure hunting for decades. Many people in town had managed to strike it rich down the years. Perhaps he could be the next. The first were a pair of impoverished Boer farmers, 80 years previously.
In 1921, two brothers were building a small dam to try and catch the spring water for their cattle. And while they were digging there, they came across something.
What they discovered was a buried cache of golden Kruger pounds. Within days, they retired to live a life of leisure.
They said that they had got an inheritance from Uncle Paul.
Uncle Paul was an affectionate name for Paul Kruger. In the years that followed, a number of other farmers in the area also became mysteriously wealthy, thanks to old Uncle Paul.
At the end of the Anglo-Boer War, Afrikaners went into poverty. These people were what could be called destitute. But there's a problem here. The people were able to rebound very quickly. You know, within a couple of years, they had herds of sheep and herds of cattle, and the question is, where did all this stuff come from?
Athol realized they all had something in common. All of them were working near the edge of this salty lake, about a mile outside Ermelo. It was near this same lake that a Zulu family made another discovery 40 years previously. It was a tale that chilled Athol to the bone.
The big uproar in our town was the coins that were found during the 1960s by a family of black people who worked as farm workers on the farm, actually the farm next door.
In the middle of the night, one member of the family noticed a group of white Afrikaners digging ditches near the salt lake. So one Sunday afternoon, when everybody was at church, they went to investigate.
When the workers were not there, the farmer was not on the farm, and after themselves digging at the spots where these people had been digging. Came across a container, pulled it out of the ground, and it was full of coins. How many? It's impossible to know. It took them apparently a couple of hours, but every container that they had, from cooking pots to kettles to paraffin tins, they loaded it up with the money that they pulled out of this box. And then, of course, the problem was, what do you do with this money?
These were the bad old days of apartheid, and for a black person to be seen with even one Kruger pound, let alone a whole box full, was an invitation to serious trouble.
They realized that, you know, if they hid it in the floor, that it would be found, whatever they did. That afternoon, there was a funeral, elderly gentleman that had passed away. So they took the money and put it at the bottom of the grave and covered it with soil.
Sure enough, the white treasure hunters returned that evening to keep looking for the Kruger millions. Instead, they found their secret digging site had been torn apart. They stormed into the Black Township, looking for their gold.
They demanded to know what had happened, who had been digging down there, and nobody, of course, was prepared to tell them. So what they did is they grabbed one of the daughters of the people that lived there. And whipped this child in front of everybody, trying to force them to tell them. Of course, nobody knew anything, so they got away with it.
The white men left town, and a couple of weeks later, the Zulus secretly returned to the gravesite where they had buried the money. They dug up their hidden stash of gold, reburied the corpse, and ran for their lives.
They not only left the farm, but also left Ermelo, and they went to live in a neighboring town.
This family was the very same one that Athol encountered in 1999. He had discovered their dark secret. Now it was his secret too. Athol knew exactly where they had found their coins. He knew others had found money in the same place, He knew about the wagon loads of gold passing through the area during the war. Putting all the evidence together, Athol believed that Ermelo was the hiding place of the Kruger millions. If he was right, the mother lode might be right on his doorstep, and he could be the one to find it.
Whether that's the entire Kruger millions or again just a portion adds a lot of weight to the fact that it appears that there probably was something called the Kruger millions.
Early in 2001, Athol was making plans for his own dig when someone approached him. Incredibly, this man also knew about the fields of gold near the salty lake and Athol's role in the story. He wanted Athol to negotiate access with the white farmers who owned the land. Athol agreed to join him. For the first time, he became a treasure hunter.
We arranged access for them onto the farm, went onto the farm, and they were there for quite a few hours. They brought like a witch doctor called a sangoma. He continually asked for me to be moved away and moved away.
Go away, you devil! Just go! Go away! Go away! Go!
I was about 250 meters away, up on the side of a hill. And I ended up just going right over the top of the hill and lying down in the grass and watching them. And all he was doing, he was walking around and he kept on going back to this one place. And they dug there for a while. And then they called me and they'd found something. What they discovered was this box. Once they got it out, you could see quite clearly it was money.
Astoundingly, the witch doctor had discovered gold.
I think that's the reality kind of hit home is that, oh my goodness, this is actually the truth.
Back at Athol's house, the Count began in earnest.
Yeah, it was quite amazing. Thousands of coins. We estimate, if we're correct, about 14,700 was kind of where we stopped.
At last, Athol was about to strike it rich. Under the agreement he struck with his new partners, he was entitled to a portion of anything that was found.
When you see that, you know, it becomes almost like an emotional thing. It's like you stand there and go like, oh my God, this is true.
However, before he could claim his prize, Athol's wife made a crucial mistake.
It was inside our house on a table, and we tried to take a photograph.
What is she doing there? What are you doing? Are you just...
When they saw that she'd taken a photograph, they rolled this thing up pretty quickly and left. And we couldn't even stop them. It's guys that suddenly became very aggressive because they had said if we find the coins, they will share the coins with us, they will share it with the farmer. That kind of ended just there and then.
Before Athol or anyone had time to react, the men had jumped in their car with all the money. They were gone, and so was Athol's share of the gold.
The shock was 2 or 3 minutes after they drove out my driveway, oh my goodness, they're just driving away with us. And there's nothing I can do. What am I going to do? Phone the police and tell them somebody just stole the Kruger millions? The cops are going to laugh at me. So they just literally just drove away with us, and there was absolutely nothing I could do.
Within a space of hours, Athol had found a fortune and lost it again. There seemed little hope of Athol ever having his own piece of the Kruger millions.
We honestly believed that we'd found, this is the Kruger millions. We honestly believed it. and they loaded it on, and they were gone. That was where you actually almost feel sick, that you actually feel quite ill, that this thing had actually happened while you'd actually stood and actually watched it.
And yet, he still had one more trump card up his sleeve. Very few people knew the exact location where these coins had been uncovered. There had already been at least 3 discoveries of coins near the salty lake. But if the legend was true, they were just the tip of a golden iceberg. Why not return and try to find the main stash? By the middle of the year, Athol was back in the hunt for more gold. And this time, he made his own extraordinary Kruger find.
About 2 kilometers out of town, there's a place that used to be the old way station. And one of the guys there phoned me and said to me, listen, I think you need to come and have a look. We found a statue buried on the property of Paul Kruger.
It was not a cache of Kruger pounds, but a stone pillar bearing Kruger's head. Despite the fact he was keeping the Kruger gold a closely guarded secret, Athol thought the Kruger statue could bring some recognition to his small town. He invited the South African Broadcasting Corporation to Ermelo. He assumed he could publicize the statue while also maintaining a news blackout about the gold. He could not have been more wrong.
The guy asked me a bunch of questions, and when I'd finished answering all the questions about the statue, he then turned around and said, with the mic kind of shoved up in my face, and I said, okay, now tell us all about these coins that people are finding, And immediately, without thinking, I said to him, hold it a moment, turn that camera off, there's no ways I'm answering that question. And without even realizing, the cat was out of the bag.
If Athol's connection to the treasure had been a secret before, it wasn't now. Sure enough, on that evening's news, Athol's vehement denials were broadcast to the nation. Within days, hordes of treasure hunters descended on Ermelo.
It escalated beyond control over the next few weeks. So much so that I was being accosted in the streets by local people who either wanted to know what the story was, or blatantly just said, this is nonsense, what are you doing to our town?
Athol was now a hunted man. Stories appeared as far away as London and Hong Kong about the Kruger millions, and they all named Athol as the one who knew where they were buried.
That led to us just getting to the point. It was just like, hold it a moment, this is just getting too much now. Our lives were being pulled apart. We would walk past our kids' bedrooms and the curtains would be open, and you'd look over into the park next door and there'd be people on the top of the roofs of cars taking photographs of my family, and just like, hold it a moment, this is going too far.
With gold fever spreading rapidly through Ermelo, Athol lost any chance of finding the missing motherlode of the Kruger millions. It was a crushing blow. But in the midst of his despair, Athol had an idea. There was a way to end the gold rush nightmare and placate the gold-hungry fanatics thronging his town. A treasure hunting weekend, open to all comers.
People came already from the Friday. We set up some tents and security guards and things like that. We had a big official gold rush opening where the Mrs. South Africa came and officially cut the ribbon, and all these people ran in on the farm.
Best of all, Athol could still make some money himself. Everyone who wanted to dig had to pay him a fee.
We had already 116 people that had in actual fact booked to actually come and dig here today.
People came in their droves, and anticipation was high. In the first few hours, some more gold coins were uncovered. Then, nothing. Holes were dug in every conceivable hiding place, to no avail. After 2 days of continuous searching, the Kruger millions were nowhere to be found. The few artifacts that were unearthed couldn't even be given away.
These are things that have been dug up, some of them dug up directly at the place where the gold coins were found. The first one is just obviously a piece of quartz that was probably something that was on a mantelpiece. And then various other things, a little statuette of the Holy Family, another statue of Queen Victoria.
The treasure hunt was over, and soon afterwards, Athol decided to put the whole affair behind him. He sold his small collection of Kruger pounds, and he has not been back to the salty lake until today.
The hole that I'm sitting in at the moment is in actual fact the hole where the Zulu-speaking family found quite a large number of coins in the early 1960s. Quite a distance from us, about 400 meters from us, in that open patch of ground over there, they dug quite a large hole, and I actually observed more than 14,700 coins being removed out of the ground.
Athol's quest for the Kruger millions was over. But the search for answers had only just begun. Where did all that gold come from? And where was the rest of the money? Beyond a few coins, could the Kruger millions be just a myth? One possible answer lies with Fritz Duquesne, the fanatical Boer soldier who claimed to have buried 30 wagon loads of gold.
Whenever I hear the name Fritz Duquesne, I get a wry smile. I mean, if there is something happening, and if there's intrigue, he will be involved.
For years after the Boer War, Duquesne continued to live as a minor celebrity in the United States, making his name as the man who hid the Kruger millions. Yet long after the conflict ended, he still carried a burning hatred for the British, blaming them for the death of his family and the demise of his country. During the Great War, he became a spy for Germany, simply to take revenge against Britain. At the outbreak of the Second World War, he volunteered again, this time for the Nazis.
I never came across any information that he had any sympathy for the Nazis or necessarily any sympathy for the Germans. It was his hatred for the British. It was his way of striking out against the British and hopefully as he wanted to destroy the British nation.
Duquesne was ordered to spy on the American arms industry and report on the convoys leaving New York for England. However, his German handler was, in fact, a double agent. This extraordinary footage of Duquesne passing secrets was secretly recorded through a two-way mirror in a carefully orchestrated FBI sting. In the summer of 1941, Duquesne was arrested, along with dozens of co-conspirators.
It made big news. There were 33 of them, and people weren't even aware this was going on. And then suddenly this news broke that a German spy ring was rounded up and captured in New York City.
To this day, the so-called Duquesne spy ring is the largest ever uncovered on American soil. Duquesne was sentenced to 18 years in prison. When he was released in 1954, he was a broken man.
He just managed to eke out an existence living on welfare.
Throughout his life, Duquesne swore that one day he would return to South Africa and uncover the Kruger millions. In fact, after his exile to Bermuda in 1902, he never saw his beloved homeland again. Fritz Duquesne died, penniless and discredited, in New York in 1956. But could it be that in a cave somewhere in the veldt, there are wagon loads of Kruger pounds that Duquesne buried half a century earlier?
Well, for the sake of Fritz, I like to think there was, but I don't know. There's really no, all we have is his word for it, but his story is as good as any, I guess. Someone get some shovels and go out there and start digging.
If Duquesne did hide the Kruger millions, then his secrets died with him. So what is the true fate of this elusive treasure? There is no doubt that all of Kruger's gold was loaded onto a train in Pretoria in June 1900. But precisely how much was there? There has never been a full account of the gold's true value. So it's entirely possible that all of the treasure hunters down the years have been chasing a shadow.
Once the Transvaal government had nationalized about 10 mines at the start of the war, in those few months, they only amassed about 100,000 pounds of Kruger coins per month for about 5 or 6 months.
From the start of the war to Pretoria's fall, they could have made, at maximum, about 800,000 Kruger pounds.
So there was never a possibility of millions or even 1 million being available to be buried. It just didn't exist. There wasn't so much available.
There was no such thing as the Kruger millions.
Still, even 800,000 Kruger pounds would be worth tens of millions today. So where are they? Could there still be a motherlode, waiting to be uncovered?
Every later generation had a grandfather who told him about this, who saw the train moving off or saw them packing this into boxes at the Mint on Church Square. So there were people who believed in this.
The truth, sadly, is far more prosaic. For several weeks, the bulk of the gold sat in a railway car at Machadodorp, the Boer headquarters. Word of the train's cargo quickly spread amongst a hungry and impoverished population.
Machadodorp was now a hub of movement and of people, and the public very soon realized there was some gold on that train. And who pitched up? Creditors. And in the next few weeks, they were paid right there in the open.
The bulk of it was given out there in payment of debt.
All the money was quite simply spent. There was nothing left for Fritz Duquesne or anyone else to take away in the apocryphal wagon train. And yet, most of the gold still ended up in the ground, in small amounts, scattered across the countryside.
What you do find are a few Kruger coins that a wealthy farmer had buried before he went on commando in the war.
Boers who were paid in gold Kruger pounds would return home with the money to their farms, fearing the arrival of the British and their scorched earth tactics. The safest thing was often to bury it.
The idea of this, of course, was that these wealthy farmers said, let's keep this and that we've got something to fall back onto after the war. But obviously then some of them were killed and didn't come back, and so that buried piece of gold was never found until a later stage.
This explains the caches of gold uncovered in Ermelo down the years. They were undoubtedly valuable finds, but there were isolated pockets of money, buried by individual farmers. They could not have been part of a great motherlode. There was no motherlode.
My father had a few Kruger pounds that were dug up in a fish pond of an old Boer farmstead.
Still, there is gold out there, buried in the wide open expanse of the veldt. And although it may not be millions, some lucky treasure hunters could still get very, very rich.
Do we believe that this is the Kruger millions? Not the Kruger millions, but we believe that it is a portion. There probably was something called the Kruger millions. I do definitely believe that
the legend of the Kruger millions lives on. In 1938, an amazing expedition set out to explore a remote, sacred land beyond the Himalayas, Tibet.
The expedition was an extraordinary achievement. Those months they spent in that strange land, opening it up.
The explorers were a team of elite Nazi scientists, led by a glamorous adventurer.
He was the Indiana Jones of the Third Reich.
Dispatched on a mission by the most feared man in Nazi Germany, Heinrich Himmler. His quest was as audacious as it was ambitious. To find evidence that linked German Aryans to the ancient super race of a lost empire.
If only Tibet could yield up, the land of the snows could yield up its secrets.
This is Himmler's quest to find the fabled lost people of Atlantis. In 1936, one of Nazi Germany's rising stars, 26-year-old zoologist Ernst Schaefer, was officially summoned to SS headquarters in Berlin. He had an appointment with the most powerful and feared man in the Third Reich. Not Adolf Hitler, but Heinrich Himmler. As Reichsführer, Himmler commanded an elite SS paramilitary force 250,000 strong, a black-clad army dedicated to the supremacy of the German race. He was chief of all police throughout Germany, including the secret police, the brutal Gestapo. Himmler organized the arrest and detention of Jews as controller of a growing number of concentration camps.
The SS was a huge set of tentacles reach out into Germany, and they're SS tentacles, and Himmler is chief of them.
Now Himmler's tentacles were reaching out to envelop the young scientist Ernst Schaefer. Himmler wanted him to solve a problem. The Nazis claimed that the Germans were the master race, destined to rule. This ideology justified the Germans' domination of Europe and hatred of the Jews. Himmler needed German superiority to be proved a fact. For his proof, he turned to an ancient myth, the lost world of Atlantis. Atlantis was described as a vast continent in the Atlantic Ocean. Its people were elite humans who conquered and dominated all other cultures and races. The empire of Atlantis reached into Europe, Africa, and South America. But for Himmler, Atlantis wasn't a story, but historical fact.
So Atlantis, he came to believe, Himmler, had actually existed. It wasn't a myth, but it was also scientifically based. There had been an Atlantis.
Getting evidence that the descendants of the Atlanteans were none other than the German people wasn't easy. The island of Atlantis disappeared in a day and a night. It was destroyed by earthquakes and volcanoes, consumed by the ocean, and lost beneath the waves forever. Far from the Atlantean civilization being lost in the cataclysm, Himmler believed it lived on. He held that Atlantis gave birth to every great civilization: the Greeks, the Romans, the Mayans and Aztecs of South America, even the ancient Egyptians. That these inferior peoples had been bequeathed their culture by the superior people of Atlantis.
From the very beginning, it's all to do with race. Racism impregnates the Atlantis myth. It's about a superior race of beings who spread this knowledge around the world.
Himmler had a specific mission for Schaefer. He was to lead an SS scientific expedition and bring him proof that German Aryans were the descendants of this superior race, the lost people of Atlantis. Himmler had chosen Schaefer in particular for this task, not only for his scientific credentials, but because he was already a famous explorer. In 1930s Germany, Dr. Ernst Schaefer cut a heroic figure. He'd been a member of 2 American-led expeditions into Tibet. He was a fastidious scientist and passionate hunter who loved to study mammals and birds in the wild, and after he'd shot them. An ambitious self-publicist, he wrote books about his exploits as a young sharpshooting adventurer. They made him a celebrity in Germany.
He becomes, for Germans, an embodiment of the ideal German in a way. I think that's how Himmler regarded him. A sort of heroic, brave, physically resourceful. The cliché would be Indiana Jones, the Indiana Jones of the Third Reich.
Ernst Schaefer was the ideal person to lead the SS scientific expedition into Tibet. Himmler pledged him his personal support. Himmler told Schaefer that in ancient times, survivors of Atlantis had founded a great civilization in Asia. One mysterious country least diluted by the centuries of history was remote Tibet.
For Heinrich Himmler, Tibet had an extraordinary appeal. The supermen of the Aryan race had gone there and in the fastness of Tibet had re-established their culture and their ways, cut off, remote from the outside world.
In the 1930s, Tibet was one of the few scientifically unresearched areas of the world. Situated in the center of Asia, but isolated by the Himalayan mountains, the Tibetan plateau covers nearly 1 million square miles at an altitude of up to 15,000 feet. Could this natural fortress have sheltered survivors of Atlantis? If they did settle there, then the isolation would have kept them racially pure. They would be distant cousins of the German master race.
If Tibet could be reopened and the evidence of the supermen of the past be rediscovered, here was the best proof possible of the validity of the argument that modern Germany and the Nazi movement and the Aryans of Germany now were directly related to the supermen.
Tibet at this point in time was so unexplored compared to other regions of the world that any expedition to Tibet would be a big coup.
To lead his own expedition into Tibet was a dream come true for the ambitious Schaefer. But there was a sting in the tail. Doing science for the SS meant doing it the SS way. In 1935, Himmler set up the Ahnenerbe, a research organization within the SS. Its job was to prove Nazi ideology.
The idea is to help a number of German scientists dig into the past of the German peoples and in a way to endorse them as the superior people of Europe.
The Ahnenerbe recruited corrupt scientists and scholars prepared to ransack Germany's past and glorify it.
We would say that Ahnenerbe is an attempt to rewrite history. Himmler claimed it was a rediscovery of the true German history, and that's why all aspects of archaeology, philology, semantics, language, you name it, any ology or onomy, it had to be taken into Ahnenerbe because those elements could become means by which the truth of the great German past could be rediscovered.
What is remarkable is that the German state of the time, the Nazi state, certainly according to the SS chief Heinrich Himmler, needed to create its own mythologies.
The ancient swastika symbol was appropriated to represent Nazi power and signify their hatred of what they saw as inferior peoples. The Ahnenerbe also undermined what it saw as anti-German science. Even the great Einstein, because he was Jewish.
German nationalists resented the achievements of Jewish scientists, and they came up with an absurd idea that their science was in some way Jewish and therefore not wanted in Germany. And this did force them to validate science that was really very mediocre, if not absurd.
Schaeffer's scientific pride faced an even bigger challenge. Himmler's quasi-historical account of Atlantis, backed by the Ahnenerbe's pseudoscience, was to him a fantasy without foundation. As a scientist, he didn't believe a word of it. Schaeffer thought that he could ride the Nazi tiger, and that this expedition would ensure a glittering scientific career.
I think he was quite ambitious in many ways, but also very much willing to manipulate people, willing to manipulate institutions so that he would get what he wanted.
Desperate to return to Tibet, Schaeffer couldn't resist Himmler's offer. So Schaeffer made a devil's pact with Himmler. To realize his ambition, he agreed to an impossible task. And ultimately, he would pay a heavy price. Ernst Schaeffer was a political animal, always able to manipulate a situation to his advantage. Or so he thought. In 1933, Schaeffer had been studying for his doctorate when Hitler was elected Reichschancellor of Germany and the Nazis swept to power. The Nazis' racial policies caused many Jews to leave the country, as did many scientific researchers. But Schaeffer embraced the new order and signed up to Himmler's increasingly powerful SS. In Nazi Germany, that's how ambitious young scientists got ahead.
It was actually very sensible of Schaeffer to join the SS in 1933. He was ambitious. He had unusual ambitions. He didn't just want a university seat. He wanted support for his work as a naturalist. He rightly believed that the SS would back him.
He himself said that politics serves science and science serves politics. If he could make that illusion himself, then it would justify and explain why he was so willing, so ready to join a political movement, because it gave him the scientific freedom to pursue the researches that he believed was his mission.
But Schaeffer found the realities of mixing politics and science impossible from the start. Schaeffer's meticulous scientific methods would never chime with Himmler's bizarre cut-and-paste theories. So while Schaeffer benefited from official SS support, he also suffered from official SS interference. The Ahnenerbe plied him with its preferred candidates to join the SS expedition to Tibet. Corrupt archaeologists, self-styled mystics, and pseudoscientists.
Now, the Ahnenerbe is very curious because there are some genuine scientists working for it. They're probably rather embarrassed. But there are some cranks as well. You have a fellow called Willigut, or Weisthor, who is literally insane. And yet Himmler regards him as a kind of guru, as a wise man. People like Schaefer, they're appalled when they stumble on people like Willigut. You can imagine their reaction, what am I doing here with people like this?
Pseudoscience was anathema to the rigorous and ambitious Schaefer. Risking Himmler's wrath, Schaefer rejected the Ahnenerbe's candidates.
Schaefer was able to resist some of the more overt pressure that Himmler was putting on him. Schaefer also was able to keep his distance from the Ahnenerbe, the ancestral heritage, as such, and be semi-independent, really, of all of it.
Schaefer's vision was very different and very clear. He wanted to conduct an objective scientific survey of Tibet, a comprehensive study of its terrain and wildlife, of its people and their customs. It was a holistic approach to science ahead of its time. The great naturalist Charles Darwin had the Galapagos Islands, and Schaefer would have Tibet.
Schaefer and a number of other European naturalists believed that the Himalayas were a kind of source point for many different species, if not all species in the world. So to go to the Himalayas, which is where Tibet is, was a means of going back to the source, of understanding how species developed and spread across the world.
There was a theory that Tibet was essentially like a sort of waterfall of species, and that there was something interesting happening there genetically.
Schaefer wrote a manifesto describing the kind of men he wanted to take with him.
An ideologically homogeneous, healthy team, comradeship according to soldierly principles, in which each member possesses, in addition to his sound knowledge of his subject, of which he is a master, also as much versatility as possible.
Schaefer wanted true scientists, but he was still playing a political game. Himmler wanted each scientist to have one vital qualification: membership of the SS.
There were plenty of academics in this period who were not members of the SS. So I think Schaefer took a lot of SS members partly because that brought prestige, partly that made sure that Himmler would not necessarily withdraw his patronage.
To achieve his vision of pure scientific research, Schaefer himself would go as zoologist, ornithologist, botanist, and of course team leader. As team geologist, he chose 24-year-old Karl Wienert, and as entomologist, 38-year-old Ernst Krause.
There was one member of the expedition was interested in Tibetan insects, butterflies and so on. Another member of the expedition was meticulously taking geomagnetic readings at different points across the Himalayas. I don't think you can really say there is a Nazi kind of butterfly collector, or that there is anything political about geomagnetism.
But Schaefer couldn't ignore Himmler's quest to find evidence of an ancient Nordic invasion of Tibet. So he did accept one Ahnenerbe candidate onto his team, 26-year-old anthropologist Bruno Beger.
When you come to Bruno Beger, the expedition anthropologist, I think you are looking at a political scientific research project, which is to investigate the connections between the peoples of the Himalayas and Europeans.
Deciphering a person's racial heritage was Beger's speciality. He'd been trained to do this by measuring people. Skull shape and facial features were thought by racial anthropologists to be particularly important. They separated what they saw as the superior Aryan race from the inferior races.
Bruno Beger had done some research on racial theories and racial mixing in particular. He had worked with Hafka Günther, who was a very famous big shot amongst racial scientists in the Third Reich.
Schaefer realized racial anthropology was essential to the success of his expedition. He needed Beger. He was the only person who might find the evidence Himmler had asked him to provide.
Beger and Schaefer at this point both really believe in a lot of the ideas that are around in National Socialist Germany. They do primarily see themselves as scientists in their future careers, really. The problem with that, however, of course, is that science and politics are very, very closely linked in Nazi Germany. You can't have science without the politics.
Himmler believed they would produce enough evidence to justify the expedition itself, and it would add to his dream of recreating a German culture linked very directly to the Aryan past.
Schaefer had his team in place. After a year of preparation, he was ready to lead his expedition into Tibet. But his timing couldn't have been worse. By the spring of 1938, Europe was in political turmoil. The German war machine was gearing up. The Nazis had reoccupied the Rhineland taken from Germany at the end of the First World War, and now marched into German-speaking Austria, the first steps to a greater Germany. The international situation didn't stop Schaefer's expedition setting out from Berlin on April the 19th, 1938. But it could stop him getting to Tibet. War in Asia left Schaefer only one possible route to Tibet, through India. And this brought him into direct conflict with the British Empire. Tibet was a nominally independent country, ruled in the absence of the young Dalai Lama by a regent and a council of ministers. The British ensured they were the only Europeans allowed to advise the Tibetan government.
The British at this point in time weren't really that keen on allowing Schaefer into Tibet. However, that wasn't necessarily completely uncharacteristic. The British had never been particularly keen on allowing foreign expeditions into Tibet. The Tibetan government itself was also never particularly keen on allowing anyone other than the British into Tibet.
Schaefer nevertheless sailed via the Suez Canal for India. In this sensitive situation, he played down the SS support for his expedition to avoid antagonizing the British. But a Nazi newspaper ran a glowing article celebrating the expedition's glorious SS connections. Before Schaefer even arrived, British and Indian newspapers burst into print, with headlines screaming, "Gestapo agent in India." They were accused of being German spies. It was a disaster for Schaefer. The British authorities didn't give the German expedition permission even to enter India. The precious expedition Schaefer had prepared for all his life was over before it had even started. Again, Himmler's personal support was crucial. He wrote a bitter letter of complaint to Britain, read by the British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain.
You know yourself that up to now my attitude towards every Englishman who has come to Germany has been entirely friendly. For that reason, I am the more astonished that the English should treat one of my men in a brusque, wounding and unfriendly way. I cannot imagine the authorities are so stupid as to see in the scientist Dr. Schaefer, officially dispatched by me, a spy.
Despite the gathering pace of Nazi Germany's war machine, Britain was still trying to appease Hitler. So after Himmler's intervention, the British backed down.
Appeasement is the big word of the time, that Britain has accepted that avoidance of war is the prime consideration, and therefore wants amicable relations, as far as they can be achieved, with Germany.
The British eventually gave Schaefer permission to go into northern India, to explore the remote province of Sikkim. But he was expressly forbidden to enter Tibet without official leave. Schaefer was not a man to take no for an answer, but he had to take what he could get, for the time being. Once in Sikkim, Schaefer expanded his operation, hiring porters and pack horses, buying food and equipment. Despite being forbidden to enter Tibet, Schaefer also hired Tibetan speakers. As close as possible to the Tibet border, Schaefer set his team to work on their varied scientific research, collecting data for his scientific survey, and also for Himmler's quest for European traits he believed would racially link the German people to the Atlantean super race. Sikkim became a place of great interest to Bega.
There are many people in northern India who are descended from Tibetans, so Bega had a lot to start with.
For an anthropologist and ethnologist like Bega, the races of this remote area were fascinating. As Schaefer noted,
nearly all these fragment tribes have preserved their own cultures and their own languages and are distinguished by well-marked racial characteristics.
Bega made meticulous measurements, compared eye color to a chart, and compared hair color to graded samples. No detail was too small or obscure for his specialist equipment to measure.
He'd brought a vast array of scientific instruments, which could all be ordered from scientific mail catalogues in the Third Reich, really. One particularly outlandish instrument that he brought was an instrument designed to measure the curvature of fingernails, for instance.
Racial anthropologists measured racial identity and status in the shape of the skeleton, and in particular, the skull. The cephalic index was the ratio between the breadth and depth of the head. A long, narrow Teutonic head indicated North European ancestry.
He would measure the ratio between your forehead and your nose, the distance between your eyebrows, and all sorts of very intricate measurements. And although it seems rather crude now, he is in a way measuring your genetic inheritance.
If they could prove by physical measurement of the head and the face and so on, that indeed the Tibetans were a direct link physically with modern Germans, then the link between the Supermen notion, settled in the Shangri-La of Tibet, and modern Germany would be made.
Bega's expert measurements of the short, dark-skinned, black-haired peoples of Sikkim would struggle to find evidence for Himmler's fantasy of the superhuman, blonde, blue-eyed conquerors of Tibet. Himmler wanted evidence of a dominant strain of people. In his mind, these would naturally form the upper class, the Tibetan ruling elite.
He's particularly interested in Tibetan aristocrats in Lassa, and he wants to find a connection between the Tibetan elite and Nordic people.
But the British had condemned Schaefer to fester in Sikkim. As weeks turned into months, he realized his expedition was doomed to fail if they couldn't get over the Tibetan border. He wrote in his diary,
"We are at Tibet's frontier. It is the realm of our most powerful yearning. Up there, not far away at all, is the border pass."
The border haunted Schaefer's imagination. There was nothing physically to stop him.
There are neither guards nor sentinels, neither barrier nor gates. At that lonely altitude, there is only an oboe, a heap of stones wrapped in prayer flags.
Schaefer, in desperation, was even considering sneaking over the border. If he did, he risked more damaging anti-Nazi headlines and an international incident. But if he didn't, he'd face Himmler's fury.
No one on the expedition wants to go back to Germany, having not got to Tibet. So for Schaefer, this is a crisis moment.
He'd put up a massive expedition, put a lot of personal effort and investment into all of this.
Somehow he has to cross the Himalayas. Otherwise he's going to lose face in Germany. He doesn't want to be humiliated.
Schaefer was torn. He felt honor bound to resist the temptation.
I have promised the Viceroy not to cross the Tibetan border without official leave. And as a German, I'm not willing to break a promise. But what does official leave mean?
Schaefer was looking for a way to wriggle out of his promise to the British. And he was in luck. One day, Bega noticed a rather well-dressed Tibetan riding past the camp. He recorded the event in his diary.
Suddenly, a Tibetan appeared. My next thought is to measure him. Then our native translator whispers to us that this is a high official.
Here was an important advisor to a man of influence. Tering Raja, a Tibetan prince who ruled the province just over the forbidden border. Schaefer seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself with the Tibetan ruling class. The charm offensive might be his first step on the road to Lassa. The team got off to a good start, observing Tibetan protocols as they served tea. Schaefer, they made out, was a great and powerful leader. Schaefer, in his turn, spoke of his love of Tibet and how he yearned to see Lassa, and they showered their honored guest with gifts. Schaefer gave him a begging letter in Tibetan to take to his master, Tering Raja. He hoped the prince might intercede with the ruling council to let him enter Tibet. It was a slim hope, and all Schaefer could do was wait. As the summer of 1938 slipped into autumn, Schaefer remained isolated on the India-Tibet border. It seemed that the British had won. He was trapped. Then, after 5 months of waiting, a letter from Lassa.
To the German Herr Dr. Schaefer, Master of 100 Sciences.
First, the ruling council declared that Tibet is forever prohibited to foreigners. But then the letter took on a more friendly tone.
It nevertheless appears from your letter that you intend only friendship and to see the Holy Land and its religious institutions.
Then at last the translator read the news they thought would never come.
We grant you permission to enter Lassa and stay there for 14 days.
The elation was indescribable. All 5 German scientists were invited by the Tibetan ruling council to visit Lassa for 2 weeks. Schaefer had wriggled out of his promise to the British. Here was the longed-for official leave.
It was pretty spectacular getting these German scientists into Lassa.
Getting into Lassa was a big propaganda coup, really, for Nazi Germany. particularly so since the Nazis did at this point in time make a lot out of the fact that Germans could supposedly deal with non-European peoples better than the British.
With news of the historic invitation, Himmler promoted the whole team. Schaefer to the rank of Hauptsturmführer, a captain in the SS. On January the 19th, 1939, Schaefer saw the Dalai Lama's vast Potala Palace towering over Lassa. It was an historic occasion. They were the first Germans ever to enter the holy city. The Tibetan government had officially invited Schaefer, so he expected a grand welcome. But just a single official greeted them. A British representative in Lassa had intervened and changed the ruling council's minds. Schaefer's great coup would soon turn to abject failure if the nobles of Lassa ignored his expedition. Now Schaefer the politician got to work. Showing due deference, he lavished the finest gifts on the ministers and nobility of Lassa.
What Schaefer did in Lassa, there was definitely a fair bit of politics. Schaefer was trying to build up friendly relations with the Tibetan government. Up until that point in time, the Tibetan government had only really dealt with the British government.
Schaefer paid particular attention to the regent, Rating Rinpoche, the ruler of Tibet. Schaefer found he had a unique advantage over the British in getting close to the Tibetans. Germany and Tibet, he told them, shared a common bond: the swastika. For centuries, Tibetans had regarded the ancient symbol as a sign of good fortune and permanence. Schaefer made gifts of Nazi emblems, explaining to his hosts how revered the symbol was in Germany. The Tibetans were delighted, not knowing that in Europe at that very moment, the swastika was a symbol of oppression and violence. With this deception, Schaefer scored another great political coup.
The regent later on sent a letter back home to Hitler, addressing him as the German king, and asked for more contact between Germany and Tibet and friendly relations.
To His Majesty Adolf Hitler, I have pleasure to let Your Majesty know that Dr. Schaefer and his party, who are the first Germans to visit Tibet, have been allowed without any objection, and every necessary assistance is rendered on their arrival.
Thanks to Schaefer's access, the ruling council gave the Germans unprecedented freedom to film Lhasa, its monasteries and medieval setting. Schaefer and his team documented the exotic streets and markets with their rich variety of food and cloth and jewelry. But Schaefer's personal research was suffering. The wonderful letter from Lhasa had also imposed a terrible condition that struck at the heart of why Schaefer was in Tibet at all: hunting. It was a bitter blow. Schaefer had traveled halfway round the world only to be banned from collecting wildlife for his own research. Well, not quite. Schaefer did manage to hunt, but quietly, mainly with a catapult and only the occasional bullet, when no one was about.
Schaefer, of course, did really circumvent some of the conditions, although not in a very ostentatious manner.
Beger's work also suffered a severe setback. During the colourful New Year festival, as Schaefer and the team filmed the magnificent dances and parades, they got too close with their cameras and were stoned and injured by angry monks. After that, Bega's work measuring people was considered by the team to be provocative and foolhardy. A frustrated Bega saw an extraordinary variety of people slip through his fingers. Shaven-headed monks in dark red robes, burly yak herders dressed in heavy sheepskin, delicate officials in shimmering chubas, and what he described as many beautiful and tall people with even features. He couldn't gather any hard physiological data that might fulfill Himmler's quest. Yet while the science expedition was stalled, the Germans remained great friends of the regent. He extended the expedition's stay from 2 weeks to 2 months. Schaefer had sidelined the British, much to their annoyance.
Well, the British were worried partly that Schaefer would be able to stoke up anti-British sentiment in Tibet. In fact, this becomes more and more of an issue throughout 1939 as appeasement in Europe started to fail.
In September 1938, in a spirit of appeasement, the British had brokered the Munich Agreement and let Nazi Germany occupy the largely German-speaking Sudetenland, then part of Czechoslovakia. But 2 months later came Kristallnacht, one night of violence by brown shirts and civilians that left 91 Jews dead and 30,000 in concentration camps. The true nature of Nazism had been revealed. The time for appeasement was over. The Germans still enjoyed official approval. His team were allowed to leave Lassa to explore the holiest places in Tibet, banned even to the British. But as they explored the sacred Yarlung Valley east of Lassa, they began to receive messages urging them to return home to Germany.
Schaefer was keen to stay and explore areas that hadn't been explored by many other people, just to make his expedition special, just to really enable him to use what he was doing to obtain fame, really, back in Germany.
A European war seemed increasingly likely, even inevitable. If they waited much longer, they risked being interned by the British as enemy aliens. The expedition was running out of time. By March 1939, Nazi Germany had expanded east again to occupy Bohemia and Moravia. But Britain had a mutual assistance pact with Poland, and any further German advance into Poland could not be so easily ignored. Europe was on the brink of war. Even the ebullient Schaefer was becoming increasingly anxious about British intentions and began to fear arrest and detention in India. Bega reported that in the summer of 1939, Schaefer received a letter from his father and was so deeply affected by it that he disappeared for an hour.
His father pointed out there's a war coming, and he said to the son, if I were you, I would make the best of what you've had and return.
If Schaefer wanted a chance of actually getting all his samples and specimens and data back to Germany and make something out of them and make a name for himself, he really needed to leave before war broke out.
Bega wrote that he and the others were also being warned they were in danger.
We sat around the fireplace and discussed it. Suddenly we realized a letter and transmission from Berlin had the same message. My wife had been hinting too.
The war, they were told, would start after the summer. That was only weeks away. It was time to go home to Germany. Despite the rising political tension and Schaefer's fears of capture and detention, the team were allowed safe passage through India by the British. The 5 SS officers were even able to fly out of Calcutta with British Indian Airways. But what would Himmler have to say about Schaefer's lack of evidence for his quest for the people of Atlantis? And what might he do? Even worse, when the team touched down in Munich, Heinrich Himmler himself would be there waiting. Now would come the reckoning. But Himmler welcomed Schaefer and his team as heroes.
Here were fine young men, great scientists, you could call them, or young Germans at their best. It showed them opening up the world, or restoring the evidence, looking for the evidence, being adventurous, giving Germany that sense of encompassing some of the best virtues and values of a modern civilization linked to the Aryan past. That they didn't make the link in physical hard terms, in a sense, didn't matter. The expedition in itself was its own justification.
Himmler was elated by Schaefer's achievements. In Tibet, he had trounced the British and proven German dominance in the region.
The propaganda value of the expedition was definitely greater than the scientific value of the expedition. Himmler certainly was delighted by the outcome, shaking the expedition members' hands at the airport.
Just 27 days later, Nazi Germany, fatally committed to its policy of territorial and racial domination, invaded Poland. The Second World War began. Schaefer was not yet 30 when he returned to Germany a national hero. But what had his extraordinary expedition to Tibet actually achieved? Schaefer's personal scientific vision came to nothing. Most of the huge amount of data his hand-picked team of scientists gathered lay unexamined and then lost in the tumult of war. What of the proof of the super race of Atlantis? It seems Himmler had asked the wrong guys. He'd certainly asked the wrong question. Even racial anthropologist Bruno Beger had found the Atlantis Nordic idea hard to swallow.
Beger was trying to find out what kind of racial mixture there was in Tibet. I don't think Beger's research was as grand as believing the Nordic race had changed all of Asian history.
Bruno Beger said that when they were gathered round the campfire in northern India or Tibet, they would reminisce about some of Himmler's stranger views and laugh about them.
But these men, as SS scientists, were supporting Nazi ideology, working with a man whose crimes were beyond imagining.
Heinrich Himmler, let's not forget he was a super efficient bureaucrat who created a state within a state that carried out the worst genocide in human history. So we shouldn't reduce him to an eccentric or a crank.
Himmler, to avoid trial for his crimes and death by hanging, committed suicide after the war. In February 1943, Beger was sent to Auschwitz to make facial masks of prisoners. Soon afterwards, 109 Jews he had worked on were gassed for an infamous Nazi project, the Jewish Skull Collection. In 1971, Beger was tried and convicted as an accomplice to murder. He received a 3-year suspended sentence. After the war, Schaefer's glittering career evaporated. He took a job creating a wildlife park in Venezuela, one of the sanctuaries for Nazis in South America. Schaefer's life was cursed by his membership of the SS and close association with the evil Heinrich Himmler. Homer's Iliad. It's the greatest epic poem ever written. A tale of the legendary heroes and battles of the Trojan War, when the Greeks fought to win back Helen of Troy.
What you have there is this wonderful cast of characters, this myth.
But for one man, the Iliad's tales were more than just myth.
Homer must be literally true, and it was going to be his life's mission to prove it.
For Heinrich Schliemann, the poem was a treasure map which could trace a path to untold riches. Priceless jewels presented to Helen of Troy by King Priam.
It was gold, and it was immensely valuable.
Schliemann would pursue this obsession for over 20 years.
He had this incredible self-confidence.
He had one idea in mind, which was to find the treasure.
And his story would become an epic in its own right. The tale of one man's hunt for the lost jewels of Helen of Troy. In 1866, the man who would devote his life to finding Homer's Troy arrived in London. Heinrich Schliemann was a rich German businessman with an appetite for travel and an insatiable curiosity. Schliemann found London poised at the edge of an intellectual revolution. Charles Darwin had rewritten human origins, and his findings had stirred a new wave of curiosity.
It was certainly true that the timing for Schliemann was perfect. There was a huge interest in prehistory spreading around the archaeological world.
Until now, European civilization was thought to have begun with ancient Greece. But there was a growing sense that its origins might have been far earlier, that an ancient human past was just waiting to be found.
In Schliemann's day, people had very little idea that there was much prehistory before classical Greece.
To Schliemann, finding the first great European civilization seemed a worthy quest for a rich man wanting to establish his reputation. And despite his lack of expertise, he planned to invest his large fortune in the booming science of archaeology.
It was probably the most exciting thing you could think of doing when he turned to archaeology.
But I don't think Schliemann was going out to find prehistory. His motives weren't so intellectual. He was a successful businessman, retired early, was looking for something interesting to do.
Schliemann was seduced by archaeology's potential to unite his two great passions, making money and the legendary story of Troy.
Whoever could find it was sort of ensured a great and glorious future.
Schliemann claimed to have been obsessed by Troy since boyhood, when he first read the Iliad. Written by the ancient Greek author Homer, the Iliad tells the tale of a great king named Priam, who ruled over the city of Troy at around 1250 BC.
The story of Troy, in a way, had everything for archaeologists, because it had this very rich myth, and it had these characters.
King Priam's son, Paris, caused chaos by seducing the beautiful Greek princess Helen, stealing her away from her husband Menelaus and back to his father's city.
Helen was reputed to be the most beautiful woman in the world.
In response, Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, the most powerful of all the Greek states, launched 1,000 ships to win Helen back and camped a huge army near the city walls.
The Greeks, in a coalition under Agamemnon, get together to take back Helen by force.
What makes it so fascinating is the scale of it all.
After a dramatic 10-year siege, the Greeks broke through, killing Troy's remaining inhabitants and burning the city to the ground.
So there you have it all. You have these heroes, you have battles, you have wealth, and you have beautiful women.
For Schliemann, the most thrilling detail of all was the promise of buried riches. In the Iliad, Homer wrote of Priam's treasure, a priceless collection of gold and jewels that the king had bestowed upon Helen. Schliemann was transfixed by the idea that this gold had been hidden away in the dying city during Troy's final destruction by fire.
This was the image he carried with him.
He was so obsessed by the Iliad that he took the story of Priam's treasure as literal fact.
Homer had said there was gold, so there was gold.
Treasure does not, in fact, play that big a part in the Iliad. It played an enormous part in Schliemann's mentality.
Schliemann believed the Iliad was full of clues for archaeologists to discover, and that by following them, he would be led to Priam's treasure. Most 19th century historians disagreed. They thought Homer's Troy was just a myth, not a real historical event.
A lot of scholars thought that there was no such place except in Homer's imagination, that it was mythological.
But Schliemann's belief was unshakable, and he set himself the task of unraveling the Iliad's clues with the same dedication that had made his fortune in business.
Well, he had phenomenal energy.
He was a man of huge resolution and focus. And once he decided to learn something, he set about it as with a military campaign. But he could get by in 22 languages.
Schliemann taught himself ancient Greek in just a few months. He spoke nothing else and filled notebooks with translations until he could read Homer fluently in the original. The businessman was busy transforming himself into a self-styled archaeologist.
He set about acquiring a knowledge of ancient literature and ancient history, and he was a very capable man, a very intelligent man.
In late 1868, with Homer in his pocket, Schliemann set sail in search of Troy.
He had one idea in mind, which was to find the treasure.
His destination was the Troad, a plain on the northwestern coast of Turkey. Although Schliemann was not the first to seek Troy there, he was convinced that with Homer's help, he could succeed where others failed.
Since the 19th century, people have gone to look for Troy in the northwestern corner of what is now Turkey. But that's a very big area.
Searching the Troad was never going to be easy. The area covered almost 100 square miles. And Homer's Troy was 1,000 years older than ancient Rome. It would inevitably be submerged below ground, or hidden beneath buildings that came afterwards.
Prehistory was not thought to have any proper sites because they were all buried under layers and layers of later settlements.
Schliemann was hopeful that a hilltop village named Burnabashi might hold the answer. Burnabashi was surrounded by archaeological remains and seemed the perfect match for Homer's Troy.
Burnabashi had some of the attributes that people were looking for, including clearly prehistoric traces of fortification.
It was in a commanding position. It had remains on the top. It had burial mounds. It had rivers at the bottom. It all fitted the description of Homer's Troy very well.
Archaeologists had already excavated the area in search of Troy, but had found nothing. Schliemann wasn't fazed. He had his own unique way to test whether Burnabashi fitted the Iliad's bill. In a renowned episode of the Iliad, the Greek hero Achilles chases the Trojan warrior Hector around the walls of Troy 3 times, before finally slaying him in single combat. Schliemann's idea was simply to take Homer at his word by acting out this famous scene. If Schliemann himself could run around the hill 3 times, then Bunabashi could be Troy. But Schliemann saw a problem straight away. He realized that no one could physically tackle the course Homer had described here, not even the demigod Achilles. He ended up practically crawling on all 4s.
The trouble was it was on a very steep hill slope, and anybody who is taking the Iliad literally, as Schliemann was, could clearly see that that wouldn't do.
Schliemann's mind was made up. Homer was always right, so Bunabashi couldn't be Troy.
He concluded that Troy wasn't there, but must be somewhere else.
Schliemann needed a new way forward. And his faith in Homer and the Iliad was about to pay off.
It is an incredibly valuable attribute to have, to be simply lucky, and I think that Schliemann was.
Schliemann's next stop was a hill called Hisarlik, 8 kilometers northwest of Bunabashi. Standing in the shadow of Mount Ida, Hisarlik was no stranger to suspicion. It was first alleged to be Troy's location as far back as the 15th century. But no one had ever found evidence. When Schliemann arrived, he found the site already occupied by a British archaeologist named Frank Calvert. Calvert too had dreams of finding Troy and had purchased half of Hisarlik's land in order to conduct his own excavations.
The problem for Frank Calvert was he just didn't have the money to do anything on a large scale. So when Schliemann came along, I think he saw an opportunity. Here was a man with a lot of money, and he could get him interested in the site.
Excited by the prospect of a more extensive dig, Calvert let Schliemann into the secret of Hisarlik. What looked like a hill was in fact a man-made mound of earth.
What his excavations showed him was that there were not only Greek and Roman ruins on the top, which was quite obvious from the surface, but that underneath these ruins there were deeper layers of earlier periods.
No one, not even Calvert, knew for certain just how old the hill was. But he thought the site might date all the way back to 1250 BC, the time of the Iliad and Helen of Troy.
He believed there was a real possibility that underneath these ruins was the Troy talked about by Homer.
Schliemann put the mound to his Achilles test. Unlike Bunabashi, it passed with flying colors. Hisarlik fitted Schliemann's mental image of Troy in every way. There was a ruined temple, rivers on the plain below, and a mountain range in the distance. The whole landscape was straight from the pages of the Iliad. Schliemann was ready to dig for Troy, and he wanted to get started straight away. But Calvert said he'd need permission from the Turkish government.
Calvert was a cautious man, the exact opposite of Schliemann.
But Schliemann hadn't made his fortune being cautious. Ignoring Calvert, he employed workers to begin the dig regardless. Permission could wait.
He was a man of influence. He had a lot of money. What he didn't have was diplomacy, which is a useful asset if you're going to dig in a foreign country.
The Turks were outraged when they learned Schliemann was already digging. They demanded he left Hisarlik. But Schliemann wasn't about to give up.
He established many, many connections with the powerful and highly regarded.
He was firing off letters left, right, and centre.
Schliemann bombarded the Turks with a mixture of apologies and threats.
Schliemann's letters reveal a bullying attitude towards the weak and a very grovelling, sycophantic attitude towards the strong.
He knew how to pull strings, he knew which strings to pull, he knew where maybe to grease a palm, and I think that helped him to persuade the Turkish authorities to let him do what he wanted.
After 3 years, Schliemann struck a deal. He would have to pay for all excavations at Hisarlik, and then split any findings 50-50 with the Turkish government. But at last he had his official go-ahead to dig for Troy. So he set to work. But Schliemann soon learned that Hisarlik was a highly complex site. There were many different eras of human history buried in the mound.
The way the mound had built up over time was that one layer had formed on top of another, one after another, like a series of upside-down pudding basins.
Over the centuries, successive inhabitants of Hisarlik had added new layers, each one built up over hundreds of years. Schliemann naturally assumed that if Homer's Troy dated from 1250 BC, 3,000 years ago, then it had to be at the bottom.
In Schliemann's mind, the fact that Homer is at the beginning of Greek literature meant that Homer's Troy must be at the beginning of the succession of Troys.
Schliemann developed a plan that was simple and brutal. He would cut a massive trench, bulldozing right through the middle of the mound.
To do that was an incredibly drastic measure, even by the lights of the 1870s.
Schliemann wasn't like that. He just wanted to sort of cut straight through, find the treasure, build up the picture of Troy, and be the man who discovered Troy.
Frank Calvert was horrified. As a professional archaeologist, he urged Schliemann to take a less reckless approach, peeling away thin layers of soil and sifting evidence carefully.
We can see from his own excavations how Frank Calvert went about things. He would have wanted Schliemann to excavate sort of gently and slowly.
But Schliemann could practically smell Priam's treasure. He wanted to press on, full steam ahead.
Schliemann vitally ignored the advice that Calvert gave him, that this was going to be a complicated site and should be treated with caution. The reaction to this is the beginning of the falling out between Calvert and Schliemann.
Schliemann brought in huge resources of equipment and men. His fortune meant that he could buy all the machinery of open-cast mining.
His object was to pull down great chunks of earth to get down to the bottom as quickly as possible.
There were winches, levers, even battering rams, and perhaps most shockingly of all, dynamite.
Well, his methods do read slightly alarmingly.
He was a thoughtless and clumsy archaeologist. He did not respect sites. He did not pinpoint things properly.
It did mean that a lot of detail was lost to him if he was moving such large amounts of spoil.
Schliemann was often joined on site by his wife Sophia, a young Greek woman, 30 years his junior. Sophia reminded Schliemann of Helen of Troy, and he was desperate to involve her in the quest for Priam's treasure. But so far, his finds were disappointing.
He kept on having in mind that somewhere in this mound there was going to be gold.
Instead of gold, Schliemann was finding only pottery, and it seemed strangely primitive. It was nothing like the splendor of Homer's Troy that he'd imagined.
He wasn't terribly interested in finding shards and little bits of pottery, particularly as they didn't sort of seem to belong to what his idea of Troy was.
His dream of Troy seemed to be fading. This was a treasure hunt with no treasure. The 1871 dig drew a blank. But Schliemann wasn't yet ready to give up.
It was just a question of going deep enough and digging enough, and the gold would be there.
In 1872, Schliemann returned for a second season. And at last, he got some real encouragement and some genuine treasure. His workers unearthed a huge marble frieze. It showed the god Apollo in his chariot, driving 4 horses. Schliemann realized it came from a Greek temple that occupied the mound in around 300 BC. So it was 1,000 years too late to be from Homer's Troy. But he had, at least, found something.
It was a very significant piece, and it must have had quite a high value.
But there was a big problem with the find. Schliemann had found the marble on Frank Calvert's land, and his deal with Calvert was that they'd split the proceeds.
The deal was, between him and Frank Calvert, that fines were to be halved. Well, you couldn't halve a thing like this. One or other of them had to have it.
Schliemann haggled with Calvert as if they were rivals rather than partners.
He was ruthless with people. If things didn't go his way, he could be hard and difficult.
Schliemann offered to buy his share of the marble at what he claimed was its market price. Of course, the real value was much higher.
It shouldn't have been a surprise to Calvert that Schliemann was a cutthroat businessman, but I think he was shocked by this all the same.
It was the last straw for Calvert. He walked off the excavation. For many, losing their archaeological mentor would have been a major setback. But it didn't deter Schliemann. Though inexperienced, he carried on and started to use what Calvert had taught him.
As time went on, he did improve. He did have this training in bookkeeping, and this must have ingrained in him a habit of accurate recording.
Schliemann began to note the precise position of each find and variations in the soil from layer to layer. He brought photographers in to record every detail.
Schliemann introduced photography, eventually beautiful photography. I think they surpass anything done on the site since.
Schliemann was gradually building up a detailed picture of the mound. And by the third dig season in 1873, Schliemann's efforts paid off. Deep in the mound, he uncovered signs of what looked like a prehistoric city. There was a paved ramp, a magnificent tower, and an imposing gate. For Schliemann, it was everything that Homer had described as Troy. He was convinced he'd found the gateway to the palace of the great King Priam.
And there was a gate, and there was behind it a building which he thought might be Priam's palace. So he was definitely of the view that this fitted with Homer.
By the close of that season, Schliemann had uncovered another vital clue.
He had found what he thought was very important, which was that the period he was investigating had been heavily burnt.
This charring and ash was on the layer Schliemann called Troy II, just above the bottom of the mound. Here, it seemed, was the proof he had been searching for. For Schliemann, these were clear signs of Troy's infamous destruction by fire, once the Greeks had laid siege to the city. Schliemann was convinced this layer was Homer's Troy, and trumpeted his discovery to the world. But when the news reached his hometown of Berlin, Schliemann was stunned to find himself the object of ridicule.
The attacks on Schliemann were astonishingly strong and hard.
His whole manner of publicizing them just invited academic scorn.
He was caricatured in the press as a gold digger with a trophy wife. His methods were mercilessly lampooned.
The Berlin intelligentsia thought he was vulgar and provincial.
This mania for gold meant that he was a treasure seeker. He was not a serious inquirer after the truth. And Schliemann found this very hard.
Worst of all, his key findings about Priam's palace and Homer's Troy were dismissed. His methods lacked precision, and his one find lacked a date. Schliemann accused his enemies of libel and lies. But privately, even he was racked with doubts. In Schliemann's mind, there were two particularly serious problems with the site of Troy II.
He did by 1873 realize that the site was really too small by comparison with what you'd expect from Homer.
According to Homer, Troy was a well-peopled city of approximately 100,000 inhabitants at the time of the Trojan War. But the site Schliemann had found was only the length of a football pitch along the side. If Troy II was really Homer's magnificent city, it should be bigger.
This is too small, obviously, for the great city that Homer talks about.
And then there was the second problem. Homer spoke of Troy as a city rich in gold, but all Schliemann had found was primitive pottery. With just 2 weeks remaining in the dig season, Schliemann knew he had to do something to salvage his reputation. He had to find hard evidence of Homer's Troy.
Everybody was very skeptical about what he was doing, and he found any form of criticism extremely hard to bear.
And then, just before the season ended, something happened. Schliemann claimed that as the excavations continued, he suddenly spotted something in a wall of Troy II. He used a pretext to send the workers for an early break, leaving Schliemann and Sophia alone on site. She was, he said, the only witness to the discovery of a lifetime.
There it is. There is this astonishing cache of brightly shining gold. And it's everything he always dreamt it might be.
There were bracelets and necklaces, gold rings, goblets, and so much more.
It was gold and silver vessels and a lot of bronze objects, all apparently packed up into one tight little collection.
It was gold, and it was immensely valuable. So on every score at that one moment, he must have thought, I've done it. I've done what I really wanted to do.
For Schliemann, there was only one way the gold could have got there. It was Priam's treasure, abandoned in the wall as the Trojans fled the burning city.
He had in his hands the proof of everything that he had maintained and the people had not believed.
And this all helped to prove that this really was Troy and that the Trojan War had happened.
Schliemann called his find the Jewels of Helen. As a final flourish, Schliemann claimed that Sophia carried some of the treasure home in her red shawl.
You can sense this unbelievable excitement about what was going on.
Once again, Schliemann shouted his discovery to the world. But this time, he chose an ingenious way to go about it. He summoned his photographer, and in the process, created one of the most famous archaeological photographs ever seen.
He got Sophia to dress up and wear this jewelry and be photographed in it.
The photograph went worldwide. It was a brilliant piece of public relations. Schliemann was now famous.
That, in a sense, was almost his finest hour to say to all his opponents, look, I got the jewelry, and what's more, here it is on my wife.
But back in Berlin, Schliemann's critics were enraged. For them, the photograph was proof once more that Schliemann was a treasure seeker, not a serious archaeologist.
The photograph must have been almost most calculated to drive his opponents completely mad.
The establishment ramped up their attack. And Schliemann's version of events gave his enemies the perfect ammunition. He was caught out by two unfortunate facts.
He said that his wife, Sophie, was there at the time and helped him dig it out. It's totally untrue. She'd left earlier in the season to go home to Athens.
Despite Schliemann's account, it seemed that he had invented a witness to a discovery that had never happened. Schliemann's response was that he simply wanted to involve Sophia in his life's work.
Sophie didn't like archaeology at all, and she hated being on site, and Schliemann wanted her to be involved. He would do such a crass thing.
Secondly, Schliemann was shifty about where exactly he had found the treasure in Troy II.
Sometimes he says he found it outside the citadel wall of Troy II. Sometimes he says he found it on the citadel wall of Troy II, and this is supposed to be an indication that the whole treasure was, or part of it, was made up.
The allegations implied that Schliemann had the treasure faked by a jeweler, and even today, most experts agree that his accounts can't be trusted.
The discovery of the treasure of Priam had been embroidered, manipulated, and was in part totally false.
But despite all of the accusations, the public wanted to believe Schliemann, and crucially, the jewels themselves seemed to back him up. Schliemann had all his finds photographed or drawn by artists for publication. And when experts studied it, the treasure matched closely in style, as it would, if it was all from the same find. For all of the allegations, Helen's jewels seemed to be what Schliemann said they were.
I think Priam's treasure was substantially or wholly genuine, and Schliemann found it more or less as he says. There may be a little bit of confusion over some of the objects.
Soon critics were the least of Schliemann's problems. The government wanted their half of the spoils, and to keep the treasure in Turkey.
There was an outcry from the Turks, who quite rightly said that the treasure was theirs.
But in Schliemann's mind, he had found it, so he owned it.
Schliemann certainly believed that everything he found was his.
He hastily packed the treasure up and smuggled it to Greece, where it is said Sophia's family hid it in the Athenian countryside. His prize was safe, overseas and successfully out of the government's clutches. But although Schliemann had kept his gold, now he needed more.
The trouble for Schliemann was that finding the gold was not enough.
To Schliemann, it was now about more than treasure. He had critics to silence and truths he was desperate to prove.
He really wanted to be a scholar, and he wanted to be accepted. He was almost pathetically grateful to be accepted by scholars as a scholar.
Schliemann needed to prove he really had found Priam's treasure by confirming it was made in 1250 BC, the time of the Iliad.
There clearly remained this question about whether he had really found Troy or not.
But in the early days of archaeology, dating finds wasn't simple. The only reliable method was to compare the pottery Schliemann had found near Helen's jewels to a sample from the correct era. So Schliemann resolved to dig at the one place he was certain he could accurately date: Mycenae. Mycenae was the palace of King Priam's great nemesis, the Greek king Agamemnon. So it should have dated from the Iliad's era. And crucially, structures from that period had already been excavated there. If Schliemann could find pottery in Mycenae, he could use it to put a date on Homer's Troy and silence his critics.
I think that Schliemann was so determined to prove that what he'd found was right. It was a sort of desperation in a way.
With his reputation at stake, Schliemann set about his dig in Greece. Once again, he decided to excavate according to the clues in his favorite type of guide, the writings of an ancient author. The Greek writer Pausanias had said that 5 graves of King Agamemnon and his closest companions could be found at Mycenae. Experts thought Pausanias was highly unreliable, but Schliemann followed his descriptions like a guidebook.
What he read in Pausanias was that Agamemnon had been buried within the wall. So Schliemann, ignoring the very fine-built tombs outside the walls, went and dug within the wall.
Within days, he had found something. Tombstones marking out a circle of graves, each lined with treasure, exactly as Pausanias predicted.
Schliemann was led by this reading of a very questionable source to dig in a place that proved quite literally a gold mine.
And one particular find was greater than all of the others. It was a funeral mask, found on the face of a 35-year-old warrior. A famous story says Schliemann cabled the king of Greece with the words, "I have gazed upon the face of Agamemnon." Schliemann's literal-minded approach shouldn't have worked, but it had.
The same thing happened as had happened at Troy, that through a series of blunders, he stumbled upon a discovery of tremendous fame and appeal.
But chiefly, for Schliemann, above all of these new riches, he had found sufficient proof to authenticate Troy. The layout of the palace and the style of the pottery told him what a power center of the 13th century BC would actually look like.
He found there what the buildings looked like, what the pottery looked like, what the small finds looked like.
With his newfound archaeological confidence, Schliemann believed that if he could return to Hisarlik just one last time, he could finally prove that he had found Homer's Troy.
Bit by bit, he was beginning to assemble proof for what he was trying to establish, which was the legend of Troy and the siege of Troy.
By 1890, Schliemann had repaired his relations with the Turkish government, and he was granted permission to tackle Troy one last time. His plan to use Mycenae's pottery and buildings to confirm once and for all that the mound at Hisarlik dated to 1250 BC, and that he really had found the treasure of King Priam. By now, Schliemann had recruited brilliant technical help in the form of the ingenious architect, Wilhelm Dörpfeld.
He had a very good understanding of architecture and how to record it, and he had a very good understanding of how to put on paper the complexities of the site.
Under Dörpfeld's influence, Schliemann was persuaded to turn his attention from Troy II to a layer called Troy VI, almost 40 feet nearer the surface. At just 6.5 feet below ground, Schliemann had previously ignored this level, passing straight through it in his search for Troy II. Dörpfeld suggested that they try digging for Troy VI further afield, away from Schliemann's previous excavations at the center of the mound. Sure enough, their broader excavation soon produced results. Troy VI was a much bigger city, with buildings and pottery matching those that Schliemann had found at Misano. Finally, Schliemann believed he'd found the object of his obsession, Homer's Troy. But with triumph came devastating realizations. If Troy VI was Homer's Troy, then Troy II, where Schliemann had found Priam's treasure, couldn't be.
I think it must be shattering for anybody to have their own discoveries and their own theses so conclusively disproved without really any scope for argument.
And worse still, in his rush to reach the bottom of the mound, Schliemann had blasted right through the very city he had spent 20 years searching for. In the process, he had destroyed vast amounts of the real Troy and ruined vital archaeological evidence.
He must have had to face up to the fact that he had destroyed a great deal of evidence by the way that he had dug earlier.
When the truth dawned on him, Schliemann was overcome by shock.
Schliemann went off into his tent and didn't come out for 3 days. And then eventually, when he did come out, he quietly said, "I think you're right."
It was the first and only time that Schliemann ever admitted his mistake.
That one story of him talking to Dörpfeld is, in a sense, his acknowledgement of what he'd done.
In 1890, Schliemann went to his grave, publicly maintaining his belief in Troy II and the amazing jewels of Helen of Troy, avoiding confrontation of the awful truth. But the mystery of Priam's treasure was far from over. Schliemann bequeathed Helen's jewels to the Museum of Berlin, and there they lay safe until the 20th century, when they disappeared, becoming the lost jewels all over again.
It was rather parallel to the whole story of the Troy treasure, which had always been a mystery.
In April 1945, Berlin, like Troy, faced total destruction at the hands of enemy invaders. The Nazi Third Reich entered its final death throes in the Battle of Berlin as the Soviet Union's Red Army surrounded the city. But when Hitler was dead and the war was over, the treasure had vanished.
Nobody knew where it was. It seemed to have disappeared.
The Russians denied taking it, leaving Helen of Troy's treasure missing once more. Then suddenly, after almost 50 years, Heinrich Schliemann and his finds hit the headlines yet again.
One of the world's most famous archaeological finds, the Trojan gold, goes on show in Moscow tomorrow.
In 1994, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the Russians finally admitted to possession of the treasure.
They felt they were entitled to it as war reparations for all the huge damage done by the Germans in Russia.
The treasure was in Moscow and was put on display at the Pushkin Museum. Donald Easton was one of the few Western archaeologists invited to view the collection.
There was absolutely no doubt that these were the objects which had been in Berlin.
Easton became convinced that the treasure had not been faked by Schliemann himself. It had clearly been in the Trojan soil for centuries.
What was also clear was that these were objects which had come out of the ground. There was no question of their having been manufactured to order in the 19th century.
But with this recognition came a twist. Easton confirmed what Schliemann probably knew, but could never admit.
What we called Priam's treasure wasn't actually Priam's treasure. It was 1,000 years earlier than any Trojan War which may have taken place.
Troy, too, where Schliemann had found the treasure, had been built in around 2300 BC, 1,000 years earlier than Homer's Troy. So Schliemann's find could not have been Helen of Troy's jewels. But what he had found was evidence of one of the first European civilizations, earlier than anything unearthed before. Today, Schliemann lies in a spectacular mausoleum in Athens. On its walls, scenes from the Iliad meet stories from Schliemann's own excavations, forever uniting their two tales. For many, Schliemann doesn't deserve it.
Some people were very dismissive. They thought he was a charlatan.
Is one of the most intensely dislikable and certainly disliked figures in the whole history of the 19th century.
Yet despite his detractors, Schliemann's legacy is ultimately one of archaeological success. He had discovered an entire period of human history even older than Troy, known as the Early Bronze Age.
It was, and still is, a very important thing in its own right. It's a very important piece of documentation for what society was like in the early Bronze Age, and it was found by Schliemann.
He found something very wonderful, and it makes him an extraordinary character.
To most, such a find would have been glory enough. But for Schliemann, there had only ever been one prize. And although his discovery remains one of the world's greatest treasures, it wasn't Helen's jewels. But then Schliemann himself would never have admitted that. Unearthed from the searing deserts of the Middle East, an ancient text told of hidden treasures. One man believed it was a list of gold and silver plundered from one of the great marvels of the ancient world, the Second Temple of Jerusalem.
It's really absolutely the kind of treasure list you would expect to find in a fiction book about a treasure.
If the text was true, it promised the greatest riches in history.
The treasure described from the Copper Scroll must have been temple treasure.
But the Copper Dead Sea Scroll has baffled experts and treasure hunters alike. Some said it was fake.
Is the treasure real, or is it a fabulous kind of fairy story?
The British scholar John Allegro was determined to get to the truth. It was a quest that would cost him nearly everything.
He was in the wilderness, literally in the wilderness.
But nothing would stop him in his search.
John Allegro was always up for an adventure.
That adventure would change his life forever. This is the story of John Allegro's quest to unravel the mysteries of the Copper Dead Sea Scroll. The story of the Copper Dead Sea Scroll began with a chance discovery on the shores of the Dead Sea in what was then Jordan in 1947. A young Bedouin shepherd, looking for his goat among the high cliffs, had come across a cave. In the dark void, he discovered tall earthenware jars containing rolls of parchment wrapped in cloth. These were the first of the fabled Dead Sea Scrolls, dating back almost to the time of Christ, the oldest biblical texts ever found, so precious they were priceless.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are texts written in Hebrew, Aramaic, a few in Greek, from the time of Jesus. They contain copies of books of the Bible, which are 1,000 years earlier than any copy we had before. They fill in a gap in our knowledge, and they enable us to discover the roots of both Christianity and Judaism. They are fantastically important.
The Bedouin were quick to realize the value of their find, and a frenzy of scroll hunting began.
The number of items that came out of the caves was enormous, maybe 87,000 different fragments, representing about 940 different individual scrolls.
In Jerusalem, scholars were desperate to preserve the fragments, so they bought the scrolls from eager Bedouin, selling the precious manuscript parchment at high prices.
With the Dead Sea Scrolls, we've suddenly got an enormous quantity of Hebrew and Aramaic literature from the time of Jesus.
The Dead Sea Scroll fragments offered a tantalizing glimpse dating back some 2,000 years. But translating the ancient texts needed a crack team of scholars. In charge of the mission was a Catholic organization, the French École Biblique, run by its most senior priest, Father Roland Deveau. He put out an urgent call to the world's finest biblical scholars. At the University of Oxford, the request was put to a talented PhD student, John Allegro. He was no bookish academic. He was a man who had once faced the worst of human nature. Allegro had left school at 16 and joined the British Navy, where he served as an officer during the Second World War. After the conflict, he immersed himself in history, studying the original languages of the Bible, Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic.
He'd been one of the top students, both at undergraduate and at master's degree level in Manchester, and had gone to Oxford to study for his doctorate.
When the call came from Deveau, Allegro couldn't pass up the chance to study the Dead Sea Scrolls. These were true biblical mysteries he could unravel.
What fascinated him mainly was the sense that these tiny scraps of ancient material had last been handled by men scribbling down what they believed. It was the link, the personal link over nearly 2,000 years of the people who wrote them that brought the whole thing to life for him.
In 1953, he flew to Israel, a journey that would change his life. Allegro knew he and his colleagues were working on one of the most important discoveries of the millennium. But one scroll in particular caught Allegro's eye. Unlike all the others, it was not made of papyrus.
The copper scroll is made of very well-refined copper.
This strange copper scroll was discovered in 1952 in a cave located along a small area on the shores of the Dead Sea, known as Qumran. The cave's roof had collapsed, but amongst the rubble at the back, the copper scroll had been found in 2 pieces. It was inscribed on the inside with an ancient script. Everything about it was a puzzle.
Why was this text inscribed on copper in the first place? Copper, which is extremely refined. It's nearly 100% pure copper.
The technology of making it was not really known widely in that period. And there are serious questions as to how they could actually be able to do it.
Yet while the actual copper seemed advanced, the writing on the scroll was primitive.
It seems to be the case that the Hebrew letters are rather poorly formed. It's quite difficult to read.
However, the few words Allegro could make out stunned him.
He looked at the outside, read it from the outside and said, "That's treasure list."
Allegro couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed he was looking at the answer to one of the great mysteries of the ancient world. In AD 70, the Romans sacked Jerusalem and ransacked the Second Temple. The temple was the holiest place in the Jewish faith. Built on the site of the fabled Temple of Solomon, it was filled with vast treasures accumulated over centuries.
Some of the treasure is gold and silver. Some of it is pottery and other artifacts, the possessions of the high priest.
The precious items that were in the temple at Jerusalem would have been of enormous value, huge amounts.
The Romans looted, plundered, and destroyed it. Some of what they stole can be seen to this day, depicted on the triumphal arch of Titus in Rome.
You can see a huge menorah, which is the 7-branched candlestick that would have been standing in front of the ark. There were trumpets, there were other chests of, obviously, things taken by the Romans back to Rome.
Folklore says the gold and silver was used to pay for the building of the Colosseum. But some believe that the Romans didn't steal all the treasure, that part of it was hidden away by the temple priests. Could Allegro be looking at a 2,000-year-old treasure map that might lead him to one of the greatest discoveries of all time? But frustratingly, he couldn't unravel the scroll. It seemed that 2,000 years of corrosion ensured its secrets would remain secure.
When it was discovered, the copper had become completely oxidized, that is, extremely brittle. So scholars recognized immediately that should they try to open it by unrolling it, it would simply disintegrate.
All sorts of solutions were proposed to open the copper scroll.
A number of really quite ridiculous suggestions were put forward. One, for instance, was that you could reduce the copper in hydrogen, but the whole thing would have just disintegrated and you'd been left with nothing.
That turned out to be one of the more sensible ideas.
Another absurd attempt was the idea that you could use electrolysis to reduce the copper back from its oxidized state into its metallic state. Absolute metallurgically nonsense.
Numerous methods were considered, but all were rejected. There seemed to be no way of retrieving the scroll's tantalizing secrets. But Allegro refused to be beaten, and he believed he had the answer.
Allegro was the kind of character that wouldn't just say, yes, it'd be a nice idea if we could open it, wouldn't it? He very definitely would say, well, how are we going to open it? Let's do it.
He was now lecturing at Manchester University, which boasted one of the finest engineering departments in the world. The challenge would be a golden opportunity for them. But their response took him by surprise.
Allegro's head of department in Manchester was very determined that the reputation of the University of Manchester should not be put at risk by something going disastrously wrong with this scroll.
Refused by his own university, he turned to the nearby Manchester Institute of Technology. The head of department, Professor H. Wright Baker, embraced the opportunity and proposed a radical solution.
Professor H. Wright Baker was one of the top mechanical engineers, certainly in England and probably in the world. He came up with something that no one had actually applied before, as far as I know, to heavily corroded materials.
Baker's plan was to coat the scroll with strong epoxy resin to stop it disintegrating. Then he would cut through the top layer of the metal scroll, slicing it from one end to the other, cutting away a single section of scroll at a time.
He had a little circular blade which would cut just 1 millimeter, straight line.
After each cut, he'd rotate the scroll to cut and peel away another section.
The trick also, of course, was to try to cut in places where there wasn't any writing.
He began the job in the utmost secrecy. Baker was so nervous about making the first slice and destroying the precious scroll that he went ahead without even telling Allegro.
Wright Baker wouldn't let anybody except himself witness the first cut just in case something terrible went wrong.
He would, I think, have been absolutely scared that he was going to be the one responsible for destroying the copper scroll.
On October the 1st, 1955, he made the first cut. It took just 10 minutes. In the following days, Baker made the remaining slices.
In the cutting open of the scroll, only one letter of Hebrew was actually lost. This is quite remarkable. Wright Baker did as fine a job as anybody in the world could have done.
And so Allegro became the first man to see the scroll's ancient text, revealed for the first time in almost 2 millennia.
To see the inside of this scroll revealed to the air for the first time for nearly 2,000 years was exciting, astonishing.
He immediately set to work, decoding it.
Deciphering the copper scroll was extremely difficult. There were terms that people had never seen before.
And soon, he found a further mystery. The script had been written by several different people.
It seemed that the scribe, or in fact scribes, because I think they found at least 3, if not 4, different hands been at it, could possibly not have really understood what they were copying.
Allegro reasoned that using several scribes, each writing just a small section, would be the best way to keep the treasure secret, as none of them could learn the full story of where it was hidden.
It seemed they were probably copying off some parchment scroll, some writing, but had just been told to put it down, engrave it on this sheet of metal without knowing what it was about.
As he translated the copper scroll, Allegro began to realize that it identified several different locations in Judea. Why? What was their significance?
He thought he recognised from the topography of the Qumran area references within the Copper Scroll to places like the Great Wadi and a fissure in the rock which had been caused by an earthquake which was well attested in, I think, 31 BC. Flights of steps, tunnels. It all seemed to make sense from what he knew of the archaeological sites around Qumran.
But critically, the more Allegro studied the scroll, the more certain he became that there was only one place the riches it described could have come from.
The treasure described in the Copper Scroll must have been temple treasure. He couldn't think where else would have had such a wealth of gold coins, tithe vessels, and gold bars, silver bars, precious metals, precious stones.
Because the treasure was so precious, Allegro believed that whoever had hidden it had created an inventory which had been scribed onto extremely pure copper, soft enough to roll.
It was not normal to be engraving on copper at that period in history, Second Temple period. There wasn't copper of that purity available to actually do the engraving, and the fabrication techniques they were using were quite unique. It's a one-off.
Unlike papyrus or parchment, the scroll was made to last, possibly for hundreds of years, awaiting a time when it was safe to recover the treasure. Allegro now put two and two together. If the stories were true that the temple priests had managed to hide some of the treasure, then the locations he had translated had to be a list of the places it had been hidden. For safekeeping, it must have been spread out.
Once he'd initially translated the first few parts of it, became a real obsession for John.
He realized this was telling you exactly where the treasure was, and if you could find the place, you should be able to find the treasure.
The scroll's text was written in columns. Each listed a series of locations with the precise quantities and weights of the treasure to be found within. In the first column, Allegro read 40 cubits under the steps, entering to the east, a money chest and its contents of a weight of 17 talents. And then, in the tomb of the queen, buried at 12 cubits, 9 talents.
It's really absolutely the kind of treasure list that you would expect to find in a fiction book about a treasure. Buried, you go, dig, 5 paces to the left, down you go, 5 meters, and boom, boom, there it is. So it really is absolutely the perfect treasure list.
Allegro sent his translation to Father Roland de Vaux, the man in charge of the Dead Sea Scrolls project.
He waited for the telegram coming back saying, "This is absolutely great, fantastic, you've done a wonderful job. We're having a press conference tomorrow. We'll tell them all about this treasure. How exciting."
But the answer was not at all what he expected.
The reaction from Roland de Vaux was, don't tell anyone. If it's treasure, we don't want anyone to know about it. Keep it completely under your hat.
The fact was that de Vaux simply didn't believe the treasures described by the Copper Scroll were real. Nor did his most trusted expert, Father Joseph Milik.
De Vaux certainly was sceptical about the reality of the treasure, and he'd appointed Joseph Milik to be the official editor of the Copper Scroll.
Milik, his first reaction was that the scroll was a work of fiction and of imagination and was not to be taken seriously.
Unlike Allegro, Milik and de Vaux felt that the sheer amounts of gold described in the scroll couldn't possibly be genuine.
It was the gold and the silver that was most astonishing because of the apparent quantities it was in.
The units of weight that they were using was a talent, which is about 35 kilograms, 72 pounds, which is a huge weight. They were coming up with totals of 65 tons of silver and 25 tons of gold.
If the scroll weights were correct, it listed a quarter of all the known gold in the world at the time and all of the known silver. It made no sense, though Allegro thought he had an answer.
Allegro was obviously stumped by the huge weights, and he did actually suggest that the talent, that the weight unit they were using might well be 1/60th of the biblical talent, and that would have given much more reasonable amounts of treasure.
Devoe and Milik had another problem. All the other Dead Sea Scrolls were written on parchment. Why was this the only one engraved in copper? However, Allegro argued that this just added to the scroll's credibility.
John Allegro was convinced that the treasure was real because the scroll was made of copper. It wasn't parchment or papyrus. Who would be writing such a fairy tale on copper?
But was it just that? A 2,000-year-old fairy tale? Devoe and Milik's doubts threw the whole credibility of both the scroll and Allegro into question.
This was his baby. He'd gone to all the trouble to get it open, and now he was not only being denied any of the spoils of his triumph, he was kind of being pushed aside, put out of the picture. He obviously resented it. Must have done.
Despite their reservations, the École Biblique did agree to unravel the full text of the scroll. So in 1956, the second, larger section was sent to H. Wright Baker's laboratory. Once opened, Allegro translated the text and sent it to Jerusalem as before. This time, Devoe didn't even believe he deserved a rejection letter. Allegro heard nothing from him at all.
Suddenly, he found he was getting a very chilly reception indeed. He gathered that everything had changed. In fact, everything had been poisoned for him in Jerusalem.
Convinced it was a fake, Devoe refused to let Allegro publish anything about the copper scroll.
He was regarded as somebody who couldn't be trusted to keep quiet, that wanted to go out and tell everybody what he was finding in the scrolls.
Allegro protested, demanding to be heard. The reaction from Devoe was swift and decisive. Allegro was ostracized.
Wright Baker had been told he wasn't to be trusted, therefore he wasn't even allowed in the lab or in the lectures. He was threatened with not having his contract renewed, which would mean losing his job.
Relations were then extremely strained. They virtually condemned his career to the wilderness. His career went downhill, his health went downhill, and psychologically he was really, really damaged. It's almost as if they were saying your work has been useless.
Allegro returned to his base at Manchester University. There he waited patiently for years to be allowed to publish his own account of the Copper Dead Sea Scroll. Then in 1959, out of the blue, Devoe's lead scholar, Father Joseph Milik, published his official translation of the scroll.
They said it was a collection of fabulous treasure so fabulous that it could only be fictional. End of story. And he knew perfectly well that wasn't so. He couldn't believe that they really, really believed that.
He was very upset, particularly because he didn't agree with a lot of the wording of Millick's translation.
It was now a matter of public record. The scroll to which he had dedicated so much of his professional life was a fake. Allegro was outraged.
Allegro had played the game up to that time. He hadn't published anything before Millick had had a chance to put his ideas first.
He was bursting to tell everybody about this. He'd gone to so much trouble to get it deciphered. He had been very patient. He had waited. I think he had any amount of frustration just built up. And he couldn't wait any longer, so he published.
So against DeVoe's orders, he wrote his own account. News of the treasure was an instant hit.
The book sold very well and very widely. It stirred the public imagination with the Dead Sea Scrolls once again.
And Allegro didn't just publish a book. He was going to mount an expedition. He would go out into the desert to prove the scroll was real and find the treasure himself.
He was sure of his readings of the scroll, that it was real and factual and not fiction.
All he needed was backers.
He could not rely on his colleagues in Jerusalem. He could not rely on the Jordanian Department of Antiquities. He could not rely on the University of Manchester. It was down to him.
So Allegro cranked up his publicity machine, seeking backers from the press and public. The Daily Mail newspaper stepped up and part-sponsored his expedition. It even sent its star correspondent, Ralph Izzard, to cover the story. With millions of readers now following his every move, the pressure began to mount. Allegro now had to find the fabled treasure.
I'm sure that Allegro had mixed feelings about the presence of the Daily Mail. On the one hand, he must have loved the idea that there was going to be this kind of coverage. On the other hand, I think he should have felt under pressure to find something really exciting because it was in the glare of publicity.
The pressure was all the greater because he now had much of the Jordanian army at his disposal, courtesy of his second sponsor, King Hussein of Jordan.
King Hussein recognized the huge significance of the Dead Sea Scroll material.
The king personally supported Allegro's quest and mobilized his forces on the ground.
King Hussein gave help with making the Royal Jordanian Army landing craft and overland vehicles, and also helicopter support available, which was extremely useful in ferrying supplies out to the camps.
Allegro recruited a band of skilled but amateur enthusiasts. Archaeologists, architects, surveyors, technicians, and a cameraman to photograph the terrain described by the copper scroll. With the world watching, they set off to make camp in the Jordanian desert. Allegro's first destination, the ancient ruin of Khirbet Mird in the Vale of Achor, known 2,000 years ago as Hyrcania. It was a fortress that Allegro believed was once the palace of King Herod of Judea when the scroll was made. Allegro's translation told him that 40 cubits, about 18 meters, under some steps, entering to the east, lay a money chest, its contents weighing 17 talents, nearly 2 kilos. And incredibly, they found something. In the rock face, the team discovered a shaft, a flight of stone stairs that led to an underground, vaulted room. The location, as described in the copper scroll, existed. It was real. But vandals had wrecked the site. Marble columns and mosaic tiles had been hacked to pieces. And any treasure that had been hidden there had vanished. And then it got even worse. When Allegro and his team went back to camp to lick their wounds, their disappointment was quickly swept away by terror. A powerful storm hit Allegro's camp. It flattened their tents, wrecked their stores, and they lost all their precious water. There was a real chance they could die in the desert. But luckily, Allegro's friend, King Hussein, had been keeping a close eye on the expedition.
In the morning when the storm had died down, they found the Royal Jordanian Army trucks on their way, bringing fresh water supplies, fresh equipment, and helping to get them established again and peg them down a bit more firmly on the rock for the next time.
Disaster averted, Allegro's next stop was Khirbet Qumran, an ancient settlement about a mile inland from the northeast shore of the Dead Sea.
The Copper Scroll does mention as one of the hiding places of treasure a place called Sakaka. And Sakaka is quite possibly the name of Qumran itself. And many of the places mentioned in the Copper Scroll do seem to point to the Qumran area.
Khirbet Qumran had been home to the Essene Jewish sect, who'd written and hidden the Dead Sea Scrolls in the local caves. If the scrolls had survived untouched for 2 millennia, perhaps the treasure was untouched too. In fact, coins had been found in the area only a few years before.
A hoard of silver shekels had been discovered, and this had led some people to think that maybe the Copper Scroll described the rest of the Essene treasure.
3 juglets of silver coins which seem to be referred to within the Copper Scroll. And if the Romans or the Bedouin or anybody else who looted the place had happened to miss these 3 juglets of silver coins, who knows what else they might have missed.
Allegro's team swept the site with metal detectors. The occasional ping of the machines raised their hopes. But in fact, the sensors were being triggered by the natural magnetism of the rocks. By now, press from around the world were following Allegro's treasure hunt. They needed a story.
They had expected to have to fight his way through a throng of journalists every time he stepped outside. They were after pictures of him finding treasure.
Allegro then searched a concealed cave, high in the cliff face. He found bones and pottery dating from 400 BC. But no treasure. The press would have to wait. Allegro had found the locations mentioned in the copper scroll, but its treasures still eluded him. Undaunted, he pushed on to Jerusalem. First, he dug in what he believed was the tomb of Zadok, the priest of Solomon's first temple. He followed the clues in the scroll, and sure enough, he found a tomb. But again, no treasure. But he had one final plan. A few miles away lay the Temple Mount. This is a sacred place to three major religions. To Jews, it is the site of the now destroyed temple. To Muslims, it is from where the prophet was taken to heaven. And to Christians, it is the place where Christ was buried, the Holy Sepulchre. Because of its extraordinary religious sensitivity, no one is allowed to dig there. But Allegro was determined to try. Allegro had heard that beneath the dome of the rock, there was a labyrinth of passages and chambers. The scroll mentioned 24 sites within the temple area. Maybe the temple treasure had been hidden underneath where it had once stood. Allegro tried to get permission from the Jordanian Antiquities Office and seemed to be getting somewhere.
He filled in forms for here, forms for there, forms for the next person. He waited and waited.
But at the last minute, the authorities refused.
He could not get permission to go where he really wanted to go, which was to the chambers that were known to exist, a whole system of cisterns and chambers and tunnels underneath the Dome of the Rock.
Despite his friendship with King Hussein, the army denied him access.
The authorities were very reluctant to let anybody interfere with what the Temple Mount, let alone an individual enthusiast like Allegro. Allegro never really had a chance at the Dome of the Rock.
Privately, Allegro suspected the hand of his old nemesis, Roland de Vaux.
He didn't have hard and fast evidence. It was just a suspicion due to the fact that they published some article which sounded as if it was rather rejoicing in the fact that the Allegro expedition hadn't been allowed to go very far, which made him think that they'd had something to do with stopping him.
Allegro was more frustrated than ever.
In Khirbet Mird, Allegro found nothing, and in Jerusalem he also found nothing. That is, of course, he found nothing where he was actually allowed to look.
But for all his despair, Allegro's expeditions had not been a total failure.
They found very little in the way of actual treasure. They found possibilities. They're enough to confirm John's readings of the Copper Scroll, the places where there were likely to have been deposits laid.
Allegro may not have found any treasure, but he had found the sites listed in the Copper Scroll. That at least suggested that he was onto something. Not long after, Allegro received news of a breakthrough. A Bedouin friend had found secret caves that might hold the precious temple treasure. Back in Manchester, he went into fundraising mode once more. A year later, he'd raised enough money to return to the desert. His new destination was a place dubbed Christmas Cave, an area that was relatively unexplored.
There had not really been an adequate survey of all the caves in the region, so he thought that he needed to begin somewhere. And Christmas Cave, which is the other side of the Wadi from Qumran, seemed like an excellent place to start.
Allegro now set up camp on the southernmost shores of the Dead Sea. And this time he'd brought a huge and diverse group of adventure seekers.
The hard work would be done by local Arabs, but he also was open-minded enough to take with him some student teachers. He used their enthusiasm to match his own as he set out on his quest.
Joining the archaeologists and surveyors were a dozen female students.
It still was pretty unusual for young women to join expeditions to places where there were absolutely no facilities of any sort, living in tents, no running water, no water at all except what was found in the pools and the wadis, absolutely no toilet facilities. But it was a big adventure and they coped extremely well.
Allegro focused on 3 locations: Christmas Cave, a complex in a high cliff accessible only by helicopter; a stone ruin at Mazin, the location of a 1st century BC military base possibly used by Jewish rebels resisting the Romans; and Ain Feshka, with its nearby honeycomb-like warren of caves. Once again, King Hussein lent his support, forcing his government to fast-track excavation licenses, whilst airlifting the equipment into camp. Soon Allegro and his trusted team could set off for Christmas Cave.
They wormed their way inside and it was very dark and full of bats and they didn't think it was going anywhere, but the tunnel went on and on.
The cave had already produced Roman period oil lamps and jugs of silver coins from Byzantine times. Surely there could be more. But weeks of search proved fruitless. The explorations to Mazin and to the caves near Ain Feshka also turned up nothing. Then on Christmas Day, the pressure on Allegro reached a new level. King Hussein visited the camp.
The king took a personal interest in what was going on in this particular expedition and came on Christmas Day to visit the expedition.
Did John Allegro feel under pressure when the king arrived in the helicopter and greeted them all on Christmas Day? I think he should have felt under pressure, and a normal person would have done.
But all Allegro could point to was a few Roman coins and artifacts, dating back to around 70 AD, the time the Romans plundered the Second Temple.
I think as a treasure hunt, it was unsuccessful. As an adventure, it was an extraordinary story.
But for Allegro, adventure was not enough. He had given a decade of his life to unraveling the mysteries of the Copper Scroll. He'd been vilified, his career almost ruined, and he'd taken great risks to search for the hiding place of the ancient treasure. But finally, reluctantly, Allegro called time on his last expedition. He had failed to find any treasure listed in the Copper Scroll. John Marco Allegro died in 1988. He went to the grave almost alone in the belief that the Copper Dead Sea Scroll was authentic. But today, most scholars believe it really is a treasure map, giving directions to real treasures.
His translation work is admirable. He was right. He was right about the fact that the Copper Scroll is a genuine document, and virtually every scholar today accepts that.
John Allegro has been vindicated.
But if it is genuine, where is the treasure?
I suspect that the Romans, who would have known that the temple treasures would have contained some gold and silver. Possibly they tortured those they captured and secured some of the items.
And they're not the only ones who might have looted the temple's riches.
It doesn't seem to me unlikely that after 2,000 years of Bedouin roaming around, that treasure might have been found, and that we didn't know about it.
And that, sadly, is the probable truth. In the intervening 2,000 years, it's very likely everyone's taken their share.
So questions remain, no answers, just more questions.
But there is one other possibility. A small section of the copper scroll tells of another scroll, hidden in a tunnel in northern Kholit, containing further secrets of buried temple treasure. But the location of Kholit remains a mystery, and that means that at least some of the treasure could still be out there. In Japan, there is a legend of a great buried treasure.
You would be talking about tens of millions of dollars worth of gold coins in today's money.
It is the supposed fortune of a mighty warlord, buried deep in the mountains.
It's in a bit of Japan that's pretty much ignored.
This warlord, Tokugawa Yoshinobu, was the last of his kind, the last shogun of Japan.
The shogunate stayed for 250 years, 15 generations.
The key to his riches lay with a faithful servant who carried his secret to the grave.
He was just rounded up suddenly and decapitated.
Two rival families are locked in a race to find this fabulous treasure.
It was such an important part of Japan's history. If only you could dig up some bit from the time.
Their quest would bridge generations, lasting more than a century, and capture the imagination of a country.
This just kind of fed into people's desire to believe in some kind of fantasy.
This is the story of an extraordinary treasure hunt, a bitter rivalry, and a fortune beyond imagination. The lost treasure of the last shogun. At the turn of the 21st century, an elderly man spent his last days digging deep in the mountains of central Japan. He was looking for gold.
Japan is very mountainous, so there's huge numbers of areas where potentially somebody could have gone and sequestered some stuff.
His name was Misano Tomoyuki. The fortune he sought was a treasure that was lost almost 140 years previously.
According to the most popular version of the legends, there were originally over 4 or 5 million coins total. So you would be talking about tens of millions of dollars worth of gold coins in today's money.
Misano Tomoyuki had spent his entire life on a quest for this vast hoard of coins, and felt he was on the verge of an extraordinary breakthrough.
We, Mizuno, can dig for 3, 4, 5, even 100 generations, because warriors from the samurai days entrusted this to us. If we hadn't been entrusted with this, it would be just some treasure hunt, and I would have stopped long ago. I'm not that stupid.
Where did all this money come from, and why did it mysteriously vanish? The roots of the legend stretch back to a time of great upheaval. 1866. For 263 years, one family, the House of Tokugawa, held the reins of power. They seized the country in a violent insurrection, then brought centuries of peace to this wild land.
Historically, it's been very hard to hold the country together. It always falls apart. Civil wars repeatedly take place. If you imagine Switzerland, where you have mountain, valley, torrent, another mountain, another torrent, and imagine that continuing from Stockholm to Naples. That's what Japan is.
So far, there had been 15 generations of Tokugawa rulers, but they were not emperors. They were shoguns.
Shogun literally means barbarian subduing generalissimo. And it's a title that is given to someone officially by the emperor who lives in Kyoto.
The latest of this long line was Tokugawa Yoshinobu. In theory, he was a military commander who served at the emperor's pleasure. In practice, he ruled supreme, and all bowed to him. From his ancestral home at Edo Castle, the shogun governed with the aid of a vast aristocratic class, the samurai. It was an ancient feudal system that had endured for centuries.
The shogunal system was created early in the 17th century, and the first shogun was deified. That made it very difficult ever to change anything that he had set in place.
From his exalted position, the shogun not only held the reins of power, but wealth beyond imagination. At his court, a group of his most loyal and trusted samurai were given the task of administering his vast fortune. One of them was a man named Oguri Tadamasa.
Oguri Tadamasa is what's called a bannerman. He's one of about 5,000 mid-ranking samurai who are loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and really function as mid-level bureaucrats in the regime.
He was well-educated bureaucrat, come from a decent family. When he was young, people very quickly realized he had both mastered the military skills but also kind of literature and poetry and things like that, which was what you needed in order to have legitimacy in the top levels of the Japanese bureaucracy.
Oguri reached an exalted position as the shogun's commissioner of finance. His role was to account for the huge sums paid to the shogun in taxation. Every warlord owed the shogun an annual tribute, and all that wealth passed through Oguri's hands.
Essentially, he was the accountant for the Tokugawa regime itself. And this was a very important position because the Tokugawa shogunate needed money not only to pay all of its samurai, but to manage any reforms that they wanted to pursue.
Oguri knew that reforms were badly needed. Life in Japan had barely changed in 200 years. Yet beyond her shores, the world was in the throes of the Industrial Revolution. Oguri was one of the few Japanese who had been abroad and seen the benefits this brought to Western nations. He developed grand plans to modernize his deeply traditional society.
Oguri was just stunned by how far behind Japan was in terms of modern infrastructure. He wanted to create a postal system, he wanted to create a shipyard to kind of imitate what the West had. So he was one of the most vocal supporters of Westernization, if you will.
But the shogun was not interested in change. And while he continued to live in splendor, the rest of Japan struggled in dire poverty.
95% of people, they were living in little miserable huts in the countryside as they had done for 1,000 years. They never left their village. Life was hard and miserable and cold in winter and hot in summer, and they died young.
This imbalance bred a wave of resentment that slowly spread through the country. A group of disaffected warlords, banished to the farthest corners of Japan, began to plot against the shogun.
One starts to get already feelings that the shogunate's outlasted its usefulness, and there comes a movement to return power to the emperor.
the conspirators were deeply loyal to the 16-year-old Emperor Meiji. In 1868, they hatch a plot to restore him to power and grab the wealth of the shogun for themselves. Encouraged by his growing band of supporters, Meiji orders the shogun to resign and sends his troops to remove him. The response from the shogun is not what anyone expected.
When the shogunate collapses, it's actually quite startling. The shogun kind of like retires. He doesn't kill himself, he doesn't set the city on fire, he just goes off and lives in the country for the rest of his life.
The shogun was gone. Without their master's protection, all of the Tokugawa retainers were in great danger. None more so than Oguri Tadamasa, the man in charge of the shogun's treasury. Oguri knew that the Meiji forces would be coming for him. They desperately wanted the shogun's vast wealth, and he would be tortured and killed in their efforts to find it. So he too fled the castle. But far from saving his own life, Oguri put himself at even greater risk. His flight sparked a rumor that would make him imperial enemy number one.
When Oguri was moving out, he had a lot of luggage with him. Some of those boxes were coin boxes, of course. So people thought that there must be coins in there.
Oguri escaped just in time.
When the emperor's forces arrive in Edo Castle, they immediately go into the treasuries and find that there are no coins there at all.
The treasuries were empty. The vast wealth of the shogun had vanished.
The Meiji forces just can't believe that there's no money at all. Someone must have the money somewhere. In one of the famous stories, they ask one of the Tokugawa samurai, "Where's all the money?" He tells them, "I don't know, but you should ask Oguri, the commissioner of finance."
But where was Oguri? And where could he have hidden such a large cache of money?
It came to their attention that Oguri had disappeared. There were also some rumors at the time from witnesses who claimed to have seen a man getting off of a boat in Gunma Prefecture, laden, and going off and potentially hiding something.
Gunma Prefecture was Oguri's ancestral home. It was a wild region, about 100 miles inland from Edo.
Gunma is a fairly high area with many mountainous plateaus. It's wild, it's far from everywhere.
It's very rural. It's in a bit of Japan that's pretty much ignored.
In other words, it was the ideal location to conceal a fortune. Oguri was now hiding here, in a Buddhist temple on the slopes of a dormant volcano, Mount Akagi. The rumor that he had millions of coins in his possession made him a marked man. A matter of days after his arrival, people came to rob him.
A group of about 10 gangsters or so whip up a mob of up to 700 people, and they essentially send a messenger to Oguri telling him to hand over all of the money that he has. Oguri sends a messenger with about 50 coins and says, "Look, this is really all I have." They don't believe him, and this mob attacks the temple where Oguri is staying, and Oguri and his retainers rout the mob and kill many of the gangsters.
Oguri and a small band of servants survive this attack in a stunning display of martial skill. But it was a hollow victory. Emperor Meiji now saw him as a serious threat to the new regime. Anyone with so much might and so much money had to be eliminated.
Because Oguri demonstrated that he has some kind of military expertise, and he has retainers with him and also village men with him who know how to fight, It is thought by the Meiji forces that perhaps Oguri is plotting to launch a counterattack.
A detachment of the emperor's best samurai are sent to kill Oguri. He was declared an outlaw on the spot and summarily sentenced to death.
But because Oguri was just rounded up suddenly and accused of being a criminal, he was just decapitated.
The next day, Oguri's family and the last of his loyal followers are rounded up too. They are also executed. The only ones who knew the treasure's whereabouts were dead. Yet from the ashes of Oguri's household, the legend of the lost treasure of the last shogun was born. With the restoration of the emperor, Japan entered a brave new world.
After the Meiji Emperor took over, Japan changed dramatically, incredibly quickly. It was full-on modernization.
The feudal system was abolished. Old Edo was renamed Tokyo, and Japan leaped into the white heat of the Industrial Revolution. The world of the shogun was consigned to history.
When the Meiji regime came to power, they had to villainize the previous regime. So the Tokugawa was turned into a kind of dark, primitive, unprogressive, feudal time.
Within a few short years, Oguri Tadamasa was all but forgotten. Though ironically his ideas about shipyards, postal systems, and other newfangled technology were adopted wholesale. But one man could not let go of the past. His name was Nakajima Kurando. He would be the first in a long line of treasure hunters.
Nakajima Kurando supposedly worked within the Commission of Finance as a very low-ranking bureaucrat.
This petty bureaucrat claimed he was a noble samurai and one of Oguri Tadamasa's most loyal retainers. Somehow, he escaped death at the hands of the emperor's men, and he knew about the existence of the hidden gold. Sometime in the late 1870s, he began to search for it. He believed it was somewhere in the wild terrain of Mount Akagi, where his master Oguri had died several years earlier. He enlisted an American railway man, one of thousands of foreigners trying to make their fortune in the new Japan. The American had two things that Nakajima needed: money to fund an expedition, and dynamite to blast into the hard rock of the mountain.
Nakajima buys land and says to this American, "Here, I found this gold coin and there's more of it up there. You can go digging in there and find it."
The pair dug together for months. However, no gold was found. Believing he had been duped, the American sued Nakajima. And Nakajima was sentenced to 2 years in prison for fraud. After his release, this once proud samurai was destitute. He was left homeless on the streets of Tokyo and had to seek shelter with some old family friends, the Misanos. During his stay in the Misano house, Nakajima quickly made an impression with several members of the family, especially Mrs. Misano and her oldest son, Tomoyoshi.
Misano Tomoyoshi was a young man. He remembers Nakajima essentially having an illicit relationship with his mother after his father died.
For some months, Nakajima continued as a live-in lover for Mrs. Misano. In that time, he also became an inspiration to her son. Tomoyoshi came to regard him as a stepfather. Yet despite their close relationship, Nakajima kept the legend of the gold a closely guarded secret. Then, without warning, Nakajima strangely vanished. Tomoyoshi took the disappearance particularly hard. He assumed he would never again hear from the man he once called his dad. He was wrong. A decade after he went missing, Nakajima Korando broke his silence.
One day, after not seeing Nakajima for some 10 years, a letter suddenly arrives.
In the letter, Nakajima explains that he is dying. He begs Tomoyoshi's forgiveness and pleads for his adopted son to come to see him one last time. He had to tell Tomoyoshi a secret about the lost treasure of the last shogun.
So Misano Tomoyoshi visits Nakajima as he's sick and dying, and is essentially given a bunch of documents and told to go find the gold.
When they met, Nakajima revealed that in all his years away, he had been desperately searching for the hidden treasure. To Tomoyoshi's utter amazement, Nakajima asked him to continue the quest and gave him all of his research.
It doesn't have a map and it doesn't say the treasure is here, but it supposedly has all these puzzles that'll help him find the treasure.
Just days after this encounter, Nakajima died. Tomoyoshi was shocked at the secret life of his stepfather. To him, the whole idea of the quest seemed ludicrous. Mount Akagi is 6,000 feet high and covers hundreds of square miles. The gold could be anywhere, and Nakajima's documents offered no concrete information. But around the turn of the 20th century, his life took a dramatic turn.
It seems that the real tipping point for Misano was when his wife suddenly died of pneumonia.
In the wake of this devastating loss, Tomoyoshi fell back on the legacy of the lost treasure and threw himself into Nakajima's cryptic research.
He essentially has an emotional crisis, sells his business, sells his house, and moves out to Mount Akagi in Gunma Prefecture to begin buying land and looking for the treasure.
Tomoyoshi made a solemn vow to carry on Nakajima's quest for the lost treasure of the Shogun. It wasn't long before he made a breakthrough in deciphering some of the arcane riddles, and that, in turn, led to his first real discovery.
He claims to have found a small gold statue. He also claims to have these copper plates that have markings on them and a little map.
Tomoyoshi's entire life was now dedicated to the search for gold.
He goes around and tells people that he has these things in order to get money to continue digging for the gold in Mount Akagi.
For almost 40 years, he dug and dug and dug. He even found a new wife who agreed to help him in his search and started a family. All the while, with no job to speak of, Tomoyoshi burned through the savings he built up from his previous life.
When he starts off, he's rather wealthy. He was a real estate guy in Tokyo, and he had a lot of money with him when he first moved out there, but he gradually ran out of money.
The quest for the treasure bankrupted Tomoyoshi. But whatever troubles he had, he ignored them. He was obsessed with only one thing: finding the Shogun's gold. Yet no matter how deep he went, no matter how carefully he scrutinized the clues in his growing pile of documents, he found nothing. In 1926, Misano Tomoyoshi died, heartbroken and penniless. Tomoyoshi's son, Misano Aizaburo, was a policeman who wanted nothing to do with buried treasure. But Aizaburo's mother was desperate to continue the search. She begged Aizaburo to carry on the family quest.
After Tomoyoshi dies, Tomoyoshi's wife tells her son, look, your father felt that you were the one who really should be digging for treasure. And so she gives Aizaburo all of the documents that Tomoyoshi had.
Aizaburo felt he had no choice but to honor his father's wishes. He quit his job and moved to Mount Akagi. The torch had passed to a new generation.
In a way, this tradition of treasure hunting has become associated with the Misano family, so they're the experts, and they have this lineage as well.
Aizaburo had inherited all of Nakajima Kurando's documents, and still more research that his father had done in 40 years of searching. Still, no gold had yet been found, and the vast bulk of Mount Akagi remained unexplored. Where to start?
He does continue, in some part, digging some of the tunnels that his father had started, but through his own research, he also starts digging other tunnels around Mount Akagi.
After just a few months of digging, some valuable new clues were uncovered.
And they do find this kind of stone tortoise with strange writing on it, and they see that as a sign that this is a clue that will lead us closer to the treasure.
Aizaburo's search continued into the 1930s, but as he dug on, Japan was changing around him. The country harbored vast imperial ambitions, and it was marching steadily towards war. At this time, there was a newfound interest in Oguri Tadamasa, the last shogun's most fervent modernizer, and the source of the shogun's treasure legend.
In the late 1920s and early 1930s, there's an Oguri boom. He really becomes a kind of national hero, a supporter of the Japanese Navy, and there are lots of books and biographies written about him.
One man decided to use Oguri's newly restored good name for his own ends, to seek out the shogun's missing fortune. He was called Kawahara Hidemori. Now the Misanos had a rival, and the race to find the treasure was heating up.
Kawahara Hidemori decides to claim that he is the grandson of an illicit relationship between Oguri and some mistress.
As Oguri's illegitimate grandson, Kawahara believed only he had the right to search for the shogun's treasure. He had been researching likely burial sites for years. But before he could begin his dig, he needed to raise a substantial amount of money. In 1934, he launched a publicity drive. Taking advantage of the nationalist sentiment of the day, Kawahara arranged a press conference at the Buddhist temple where the severed head of Oguri Tadamasa was supposedly buried.
He becomes very popular in the 1930s among treasure hunters. He shows up with a kimono with the Oguri family crest on it and essentially says that he's here to, help find the treasure.
Before a small crowd at the temple, Kawahara promised to completely refurbish it in Oguri's memory and donate the rest of the money to the nation, minus his own cut for expenses, of course. But then the chief monk of the temple unexpectedly intervened. He had been watching Kawahara's performance and didn't believe a word. He stepped in front of the crowd himself to denounce Kawahara as a fraud. In the monk's opinion, Kawahara was definitely not Oguri's grandson, and Oguri himself would not have approved of this whole charade. Still, many members of the Japanese public bought into his story and gave money. Kawahara also attracted one major sponsor, a shady pachinko gambling boss. Awash with money, Kawahara began his own dig for the treasure. Unlike the Misano family, he claimed the gold was not on Mount Akagi, but in a small village to the southwest of Tokyo. Like his rivals, Kawahara dug for many fruitless years. Nothing stopped his relentless quest or the flow of money from well-wishers. Not even the Second World War. Indeed, his promise to donate any gold he found to the Japanese nation was a source of hope in those turbulent years.
Throughout the war and even into the 1950s, Kawahara continues to dig in all sorts of places south of Tokyo and earns a lot of money from people who he convinces that this story is true.
By the early 1960s, Kawahara had been searching for almost 30 years. Now Japan was undergoing a massive economic revival, and Kawahara's gambling boss patron was a rich man. His change in fortunes helped take the expedition to a new level.
In this period, Japan performs an economic miracle. It's absolutely incredible. And the middle class expands, and everybody seems to be doing incredibly well out of this economic nationalism.
Unlike the Misanos, struggling in poverty, Kawahara could afford to delve far underground. He dug a deep mine with an electric lift and the latest groundwater pumps to keep the site dry. He also had 13 workers to help him excavate. With these new resources, he raced ahead in the contest to uncover the gold. He dug down 250 feet to the supposed location of the great chests of coins. But, despite his well-financed operation, Kawahara Hidemori, the alleged illegitimate grandson of Oguri, was unable to find any treasure. In 1967, he died, but still, the legend of the treasure lived on.
People were aware of this idea of the Tokugawa treasure. In the 1970s, the Yomiuri newspaper ran a massive series on this idea of hidden treasure. Every single article said, well, this is the legend and nothing's been found. This is the legend, but nothing's been found. These people were searching and they didn't find anything. But this went on and on and on for 16 separate articles.
Rumors of buried treasure rumbled on for decades after Kawahara's death, and the legend became part of Japanese popular culture. But it was not until the 1990s that another serious effort was made to find it. This time, it was the Misanos, the rival treasure-hunting family, that would come closer than ever to unlocking the mystery of the Shogun's lost fortune. 2 generations of the family, Tomoyoshi and his son Aizaburo, had been digging on the slopes of Mount Akagi for nearly a century. Now a 3rd generation of Misano treasure hunters was about to enter the game. Misano Tomoyuki, the son of Aizaburo. Like his father and his grandfather before him, he was highly skeptical of the legend.
Initially, he did not want any part of the treasure hunting. He thought it was a total sham. He didn't believe that the Tokugawa Shogunate would have buried gold coins, and basically he went off on his own in Tokyo and worked in a variety of jobs.
But Tomoyuki could not resist the pull of the quest that his family had been pursuing since the late 19th century. It was not simply a question of finding the money. It was a matter of family honor.
There's the weight of carrying on the family tradition, which is established in Japanese culture and history and society. This idea of you trying very, very hard until the end, this idea of gambaru, which means to work hard. You will persevere through whatever comes along, and you will ultimately succeed in the end. This is very much instilled in people in Japan at a very, very early age.
Tomoyuki decided that he must follow in the footsteps of his forebears and give up his day job in Tokyo. He swore to dedicate his life to the completion of this epic quest.
He was just attracted by the legacy of his father and his grandfather. And he also became convinced because of all these old documents that his grandfather had from the 19th century. So he began doing research on his own and began digging a whole separate series of tunnels separate from his father and grandfather.
Tomoyuki's quest coincided with a new time of upheaval in Japan. The economy had collapsed, and a national mood of depression set in. The Japanese media began casting around for a hero.
The 1990s is called the lost decade.
Japan's lost decade is about economic stagnation. One should remember that that stagnation came after a protracted period of enormous growth, which could not have been maintained forever.
Not only was there economic crisis, but there was political scandal, a natural disaster, a terrorist attack in Tokyo. And this just kind of fed into people's desire to believe in some kind of fantasy.
And what better fantasy than the legendary lost treasure of the Shogun? One enterprising television network called Misano Tomoyuki to see if he wanted to be on TV.
In the early 1990s, there was a Japanese entertainment show appropriately called Gimme a Break.
It follows a pattern of Japanese television shows that you still get today. It'll have a number of celebrities interviewing other celebrities, music, animation, sketches, all put together in a 2-hour format.
A Japanese copywriter who grew up in Gunma was familiar with the legend, and he decided to produce a show about the treasure hunting in Mount Akagi.
In their call to Tomoyuki, the producers explained they wanted to cast him and his family as modern-day heroes, men determined to succeed in the face of insurmountable odds. Men who embodied the noble idea of Ganbaro.
It's entirely sensible for them to get in contact with the Misanos and try and use their expertise, but also to legitimize what they're doing. They're not just rushing off into Gunma Prefecture with a load of cranes and digging holes. They've got the guy, and he's the person who's going to make sure we do this properly.
It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The producers of Gimme a Break got a never-ending real-life soap opera to inspire the nation. In return, Tomoyuki received more resources than he could ever dream of. After years in the wilderness, the Misanos were back, with the best chance they would ever have of striking gold.
The Misano, they've been searching for 120 years and haven't found anything. If a TV producer says to you, we're going to give you 12 cranes and loads of digging equipment, would you like to get on board? I mean, for him, this is a huge boon, because he doesn't have to do it on his own.
The whole nation seemed to be willing Tomoyuki on, and with his help, the TV company found gold, ratings gold.
There would be these huge backhoes and cranes that would dig this enormous pit, almost the size of a rock quarry. And they would find these horizontal tunnels, and so they would go digging in there, and then some earth would fall in a funny way, and they would say, aha, someone must have buried something there. They would find a few bottles, which was an indication that perhaps Oguri's French connections had wine out here and dropped a bottle long ago.
Altogether, the network revisited the Mount Akagi treasure site 10 times in the 1990s, each time with a more elaborate and expensive effort to find the hidden treasure.
When they find lots and lots of tunnels, what they're finding are the tunnels that were dug in the 1930s in order to find the treasure. But that is conveniently left out of the story because it's not very exciting.
This was no longer about logic, it was about magic. Fueled by growing viewer numbers, the search soon became completely detached from reality.
When more money started coming in to produce the show, they hired a few American psychics to come over. They flew over Mount Akagi in a helicopter to try to feel the psychic power of where the treasure would be buried. They also hired an esoteric Buddhist monk to pray to the ancestors to find where the treasure was. And each episode ended with a cliffhanger that, something had just been found, so that would get people to watch the next time.
In the final installment, in 1999, the dig reached fever pitch. By now, the Misano excavation works resembled something like an open-cast mine. It descended fully 200 feet below the surface of the mountain. A network of tunnels, dug over generations by the Misanos, went down even further still. In one final dramatic push, a huge industrial mining drill was brought in to dig still further, hoping to find a hidden cavern containing the gold. But the media frenzy had overwhelmed Tomoyuki. He came to believe the TV company did not care about the treasure itself. All they wanted was a grand spectacle to please their audience.
It seems that in the later episodes, Misano felt that they were going on the wrong track. And he almost felt that there was a rivalry between this team and his own search. And he eventually dropped out of the project altogether.
The TV audience soon began to dwindle, and the show was eventually cancelled. Tomoyuki was alone once more, and still, he pressed on with his dig.
There was always some aspect, something that made them feel like we're almost 90% there, and so he couldn't give up.
Meanwhile, the Misano's rivals for the treasure, the Kawahara family, had been laboring away 140 miles to the south, largely under the radar since the death of Kawahara Hidemori in 1967. The quest to find the lost treasure had passed from old Hidemori to his son, Kawahara Jiro. In his early digs, Jiro made a number of discoveries, which he claimed were clear evidence that the gold itself was only a few meters further down.
He claims to have found little objects here and there, and those objects he gives as proof that he's closer to the treasure legend, and of course that makes it easier for him to convince people to give him money.
Among the objects he found were human bones and other Tokugawa-era artifacts, pointing towards the treasure's location. In the year 2000, Jiro took a leaf from his father's book and launched a publicity drive. Just like his father, the thing he wanted was money. The press descended on the same location where his father had appeared almost 70 years before. There, they witnessed Kawahara unveiling a bronze sword and a golden coin, dating from the time of the Tokugawa Shogunate. But however much Jiro insisted his artifacts were genuine, the public was now quite skeptical of the whole story.
When experts look at the objects, they find out that essentially these are objects that he bought at a local antique store.
Jiro's claim to be on the verge of finding the treasure was widely denounced, and he seemed to have little hard evidence to back his story up. The Kawahara family's hunt for the treasure was over. The latest generation, Jiro's son, has abandoned the quest completely.
The youngest member of the family wants absolutely nothing to do with his father's search for buried treasure and is actually quite embarrassed by it.
But what of Misano Tomoyuki, the unlikely star of Gimme a Break? In 2006, another filmmaker caught up with him. These are some of the extraordinary images he captured. Now a wizened old man dying of cancer, the proud treasure hunter felt he had been cursed by 2 generations of his family. He could not give up his quest, ever.
But that's the star I've been born under with this family. I have this sense of responsibility that I have to do this. That's why I do it. Is there anyone else who has this kind of responsibility? If so, I'd like to meet them. Is there anyone else in Japan who has been entrusted by the samurai of the past?
Someone asked him once, what would you do if you found the treasure? And he said, I would kick it really hard because my family struggled and lost a lot of money and energy in finding this. But he just felt that it was his destiny, his fate, to find this treasure. A fate that no one else but he and his family would be able to fulfill.
After almost 140 years of searching, no one has yet found any gold. So does the treasure really exist? Or was the legend just that?
There has been a lot of stories about the shogunate, the kind of shogunate that wouldn't die. It was such an important part of Japan's history. There's a kind of romantic feeling we don't want it to go away. Only you could dig up some bit from the time.
Despite all of the research done down the years by the Misano family, a more objective examination of the facts show that, in all likelihood, there was no money buried in the first place.
There's absolutely no evidence and no possibility that there was buried treasure anywhere.
This is because, in Japan, during the Shogunate, gold coins were not used as a measure of wealth.
It's a sort of Western notion that you have a kind of a jewel tower in which you put all these rich things, and as long as they're in there, you're rich. But for Japan, you're simply having gold sitting in a tower was not of a great deal of use to anyone.
Instead, the great lords of the era counted their riches using a different material: rice.
The standard unit of exchange was rice. And rice is a wonderful unit of exchange because if you get hungry, you can eat it, but also it can be broken up into any sizes. Also, it lasts for quite a long time. And the principal unit of rice was what they call a koku. And a koku, it's enough to sustain an adult for a year.
A junior samurai might earn 100 koku a year. The higher up the social scale he was, the more koku he would be entitled to as tribute from the farmers on his land. The leading lords, such as the Shogun himself, would have each claimed more than 1 million koku annually. In fact, the entire class structure of Japan during the Shogunate was built around the growing and storage of rice. This was helpful for feeding armies. But when it came to acquiring desirable goods like silk, pottery, or weapons, rice was useless.
The samurai class are paid in rice yield. The merchants operate in coin. You can't buy things with rice, so that the merchants change rice into coin, and they take a rake off, and over time, the amount of coin you get for your rice goes down. The samurai class are increasingly impoverished.
In time, even the Shogun himself found his vast stockpiles of rice were worth barely a handful of gold coins. So when the revolution came, he could not afford to defend himself.
One of the reasons why the Tokugawa regime falls is because it doesn't have cash to pay its allies for continued military support. If they had any money at all, the Tokugawa shogunate would have been using it to fund their defense against their warlords.
So the question then remains, if there was no gold, why would anyone spend so much time and effort to try and find a treasure that never really existed?
I think they really believed in this legacy. Especially Misano Tomoyuki felt that this was just the destiny of his family, that there was too much in terms of 100-year-old documents to really just give it up.
Regardless of how much Misano Tomoyuki believed in the legend, he could not convince his children that the gold really existed. He would be the last in his family's long line of treasure hunters.
He has 3 adult children. None of them have expressed any interest at all in continuing this Misano family legacy of searching for the treasure.
Tomoyuki was utterly alone in his quest. But even though he had no one to help him, he continued to dig until his very last days. In 2010, Misano Tomoyuki died. The search for the lost treasure of the last shogun died with him.